All right, guys, welcome in. It is time for a two-man show today. Myself and Brian Leonard. TB will be back tomorrow, but still plenty to talk about. Who knows? Maybe we'll get to most of these games on the typical abbreviated Thursday slate. This is your go-to show for everything Major League Baseball. We'll go deep into the games. We'll get to some free picks, but more importantly, we'll get you guys involved. So hop in the chat. Start firing off the questions and let us know what we're talking about today. Brian Leonard, we need some winners here in the parlay. Maybe we can hit a two-teamer today. That was that was just a tough result. Rays Guardians. It's looking like a win until the very end, and it just I feel like we've had a couple of those in the parlay where we get to like the last leg. A couple nights ago, we were into the Tigers for the last leg of the parlay. 3-0 lead with Tariq Skubal. What do we have to do to get a parlay home here? I mean, come on now.
I'm telling you, if you watch the show, I like the Tampa in the first half. I talked about that. Talked about Tampa in the game. They led the entire way. The only time they were behind was when they lost the game in extra innings. Yeah, 2 outs away. And to top it all off, the one guy in the Cleveland lineup who's been worse than everybody all season long is the guy who hits the home run. So Nolan Jones, thank you very much for being a Cleveland fan. No, thank you very much for costing us our parlay. But that's the way it goes sometimes. And you get to the end. We have so many games we're talking about here, and there's so many different. Like you had Tampa Bay, as we mentioned before the show, and you changed it at the last minute because of mine. And so I could have played Tampa Bay first half, stuck with that. We would have had our winner. It's a choice. We lost. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I was talking to Brian off air, and this is going to be my segue into our first game because, Brian, I mean, most of your friends, my friends are handicappers and stuff like that, or at least the people we interact with on a daily basis. And all you ever hear is people complain about losing, complain about how they got screwed. And it's like sometimes things do work out in your favor. I was talking about yesterday, for me, I had every intention of playing the Rays. We're on this show. I talked about it on this show. I get off the show. Suddenly they're $1.55 favorite. They took a ton of money. And, being the disciplined guy that I am, Brian, I can't play that bad number. So I passed on that, ended up passing on a loser. And then I come back and end up playing the Orioles plus 1.5, which I got to be honest, I don't know if I take a Rays loss in that fashion early in the day, I might take my ball and go home. But I didn't. And the Orioles hang on to a game that I felt like they kind of had, end up losing 3-2. But that's our segue because that's the first game on the slate for Thursday. It's Orioles Red Sox back at Camden Yards, day game. Tough way for the Orioles to sort of drop one yesterday. They had, I question how that end of that game was managed. They had Keegan Aiken, who comes in and does a tremendous job to get out of the 8th inning. I believe he inherited first and third, no outs. And gets out of it. And I also want to go back and say, if you watched the show yesterday, I talked about Dietrich Enns to Roansy Contreras being tough on the Red Sox. They totally shut the Red Sox down for like 8 innings. They were totally confused. Aiken comes in, gets out of the 8th inning, and they put him back out there for the 9th. I thought it was the wrong decision. It turns out it was. Thankfully, it didn't cost me my plus 1.5 by about 1 inch because that's where Romy Gonzalez's home run. I thought it was a home run. Somehow Dylan Carlson just reaches his glove up, grabs it, gets the out, 3-2 final. The Orioles, man, Brian, they're looking like a very young team right now. They called a lot of these guys up, but I'm not seeing much veteran leadership. I feel like I'm watching a very young team sort of get slapped around by a solid Red Sox team. Does that continue today, or do the Orioles have a chance here?
Well, I'll be honest with everybody. I'm not enamored with today's card. So there's not a lot that's popped out of me at this point. But if I'm looking at this game, you got Crochet on the mound, a couple of lefties going, Crochet and Povich. Crochet in the 190 range, total of 8 to the under or 7.5, slightly to the over. I don't want any part of Povich. Povich has not been able to make that adjustment going from the minor leagues to the majors. He was expected to do much better than he has. He'll throw in a good outing once in a while, and he has recently. He had a really good outing, but you've got one of the best top 5 pitchers, top 3 maybe in Major League Baseball, going here for a Boston team who's seems to be on a mission, and I wouldn't want to bet against him here. Crochet 2.38 ERA, 3.02 expected, 1.06 WHIP. If you look at his StatCast page on Baseball Savant on the MLB.com website, we see nothing but red, nothing but bright red. He is great at everything he does, throws 5 pitches, including his 4-seamer at 96.3 miles an hour, which is 3.3 miles an hour faster than anybody, your average left-handed pitcher in Major League Baseball. And we know how much success lefties have had this year. So that would be, there's no way I'm going against Crochet. Now, Povich, he's got a 5.13 ERA in his 2 seasons. He's gone 5-16 with a 5.16 ERA, 1.43 WHIP. Granted, it's only 165 innings. He's a young guy. He's only 25 years old, but he just has not had the ability to make the adjustment going from the minors to the majors. His expected ERA is 5.57, so there's nothing there. If you take a look at his StatCast page, 7th percentile in expected ERA, 4th in average exit velocity, 3rd in barrel rate, 5th in hard hit percentage. And the way Baltimore lost that game yesterday in the heartbreaking fashion, because I had Baltimore as a smaller play for myself. I used it for my free play yesterday, and we've been on a nice 10-4 run. Well, now it's 10-5. Is I did not take the run and a half. It's going to be tough for Baltimore to come back in this game. I prefer the Boston side, but I can't get there with this line. There's no discount here on Boston going for the sweep. And normally this is the day where we've got a lot of teams that are, we saw a couple games yesterday where it was the game and then they got to fly out, and the Mets game under, I talked about that, and that's exactly what happened in the Mets game under. That was a nice win for us, but it's tough to take a team to sweep. And I believe the Cincinnati Reds finally got swept yesterday, so they were the last team to do it in Major League Baseball. But I can't get behind Boston in a sweep, but there's no way I want to go against them right here.
Yeah, Greg Morales, welcome in. Became a YouTube member. That is that's music to our ears. That means he just just subscribed via the YouTube channel. Appreciate you, Greg. And if you haven't done that yet, which I know most of you have because you watch the show all the time, and I know you guys listen, but if you haven't, the likes, subscribes, and subscriptions to the YouTube channel help tremendously. Turnbuckle Tommy, I'm kind of with you here. He says his favorite play of the day is the under in the Red Sox Orioles. Road getaway day, Crochet in the mound. Povich actually has good numbers against Boston. Yeah, Povich does have decent numbers against Boston, and I'll tell you what, I bet Povich earlier this year against the Red Sox in a game that ended up being like a 17-5 loss, okay? And I remember that game because I watched every pitch of it, and Povich was very, very good, and all of those runs came after he was out of the game for the most part. I think it was like a 1-run game. There was a spot where the Orioles had a chance to take the lead. I think the Red Sox made a really nice defensive play to end the inning. And then the floodgates opened after he was out of the game. But I remember every pitch of that game. I thought he pitched well, and he has pitched okay against the Red Sox in the past. I agree with what Brian's saying. It hasn't fully translated for him. This is a guy that was very dominant at AAA last year. Just hasn't really been able to do that at the big league level, but it still might be in there. I don't know if there's anything to this, but he kind of set, and this should, I hate even bringing stuff like this up because it doesn't deserve attention, but Povich got threats after his last start. I don't know if you saw that make the rounds on social media. I think a family member of his got threatened. So, which is insane that's like in the game, but it does happen. And, like we saw it happen with McCullers earlier this year. And the next day he came out, next game he came out, pitched great. I don't think there's any correlation between that and the threat, but I'm sure the team is behind him. I'm sure he's had a lot of kind words over the past few days, and there's probably people in there building him up, maybe more so than your typical start. Who knows if there's something to that or not? I want to make a case for the Orioles on the +1.5 again, because it's a much better price than yesterday. And the reason I would like the Orioles here to stay within margin, the Red Sox have used some bullpen. They've been that's part of the thing. When you win a lot of games, and especially when you win close games like the Red Sox have in this series, you start to burn through the bullpen. So they have had some bullpen usage. So I do think the Orioles might be able, if they can hang around, they can cover that 1.5, maybe even steal this one. But I think Turnbuckle Tommy's play makes sense because you get Crochet. Povich should pitch better. Or Povich should pitch okay. He has in this series so far. You have the getaway day. And you're going to have, you get the 8 flat, which I thought it should have been 7.5. I like that. So Turnbuckle Tommy, I'm with you. I don't know if it'll be my parlay leg, but I think under makes a lot of sense here.
The only problem is Chapman pitched yesterday. He's pitched 3 of the last 7 days. He threw 24 pitches. He won't be available. And he has been silently talking about making catches at the wall. He's silently been the best relief pitcher in baseball this year. He's number 1 rated. So him not playing. And Wilson came in for 1 pitch yesterday, but it would be the 3rd game in a row that he pitched. I doubt if he'll be used, but that leaves you Whitlock and Matz, and so they're fine other than that. But to play an under in a game where your best pitcher will not be pitching in Chapman, that is something to think about. But yeah, anytime we get these Thursday getaway games, that's the first thing I'm looking at from a total standpoint is to play the under in these, especially, that one's at an early game, starts at 1:00. They got to get out of there. Makes a lot of sense to me too.
Brian Leonard, did you know Aroldis Chapman has now gone 42 batters without giving up a hit? I didn't know that until last night. That's kind of crazy.
His numbers, considering his age, to throw the ball as fast as he does, being a lefty, he's turned himself. If he wasn't, is he a Hall of Famer? I mean, you got to look at that career he's had. It's tougher for the relief pitchers to get in there, but the guy's been really good, and he's done it for so many teams and so many years. Hats off to him and the career he's had.
Yeah, he's like Colin said, he looks like he's in his prime, and we all remember how dominant Aroldis Chapman was during his prime days. But yeah, it's what a weapon for this Red Sox team who's been playing great ball to have. And I think that would also sort of tilt me to Orioles +1.5, knowing that they're probably not going to have Chapman at the end of the game, because credit to the Orioles. Kobe Mayo had a phenomenal at-bat in the 9th inning. I think it was like a 12-pitch at-bat against Chapman, and he just put him away with 99 down the middle on pitch number 12, because that's just how locked in Chapman is right now. You have to protect against like 3 other things. Good conversation right there. That'll be a fun one, and that is the first day game. So Scarge, I did not know this. He says hitting subscribe does not make you a member. Membership is $2.99, but subscribe anyways. Well, I didn't realize that. But hey, if you guys are becoming members, thank you very much. And it is free to like and subscribe, and all the interaction greatly helps us. We just want to grow this show to be as big as we can possibly be. So then when next year rolls around and they're figuring out what kind of programming they want, they keep us in mind. That is our goal with all of that. So let's see. Let's go to the comp. We're going to probably get to a lot of games today. So I'm just going to go. We might get to most of them actually, or some of them. Let's talk Mets baseball for a second, Brian. I feel like, this is I didn't make I didn't bet the Mets a single time in this series, and I'm kicking myself a little bit because I talked about it on Friday. Hey, I'm going to bet the Mets till they lose. I play them Friday, Saturday. They lose on Sunday. I never came back with them against the Phillies, and then they pull off the sweep. I do feel a little bit validated here. Your boy has been all over Nolan McLean and Jonah Tong. Nolan McLean last night, awesome. Wipes out the Phillies, no problem. But now we're starting to get it. It's just amazing how quickly things turn, because the Mets a week ago, no one wanted any part of this team, Brian. And now they're over a $2 favorite against the Marlins. Any way you play back at that a little bit this weekend or even here tonight?
Yeah, it's I was actually thinking about it. As I'm watching the games, I said, well, I wonder what the Mets are right now to win the World Series because they're playing really well. And a week ago, they're not dead because they've accumulated enough wins, but they were not looking good. Very hit and miss. That's why at the end of the season, when you see these teams, when you see the records like against over 500 teams or whatever, you just take it with a grain of salt, because if they played the Mets during that streak that they were just on, that was nothing to brag about, because the Mets just were not playing well. We're going with the bullpen game, it looks like, for Miami today. Mazur's getting the start against Clay Holmes. And they are bringing up your man to pitch tomorrow that you had meant, tomorrow. Tong is going to go. They're going to go with a 6-man rotation. It would not surprise me to see Holmes go to the bullpen because of his innings. He was the closer for the Yankees, goes over to the Mets. So his innings are starting to pile up a little bit. But Holmes and the Mets right now looking like basically about 250 favorite, total of 9 slightly to the under. We're looking at Mazur, as I mentioned, on the StatCast page here. They don't have a listed pitcher because it was just done. So I expect him to go an inning. I think it's going to be a bullpen game. Which first thing I want to take a look at here is how's Miami bullpen sitting up in this game, and looks like they're in really good shape. Fauché and Henriquez and Phillips. Fauché and Henriquez haven't pitched the last 2 days. Phillips, nobody pitched last night except for 2 guys they brought up from the minors to extend that game, and that was Tarnock and Martinez. They won't be playing. They'll be sent back down to AAA, and they'll bring a couple more guys up here. But it'll be a bullpen game for Miami, I believe, and I have no problem with that because they're set up pretty well here. We've got Holmes, as I mentioned, going for New York. And hitting season, he's up to a 3.60 ERA, 4.37 expected, 1.32 whip. Very good ground ball rate, excellent ground ball rate, 94th percentile. But other than that, his barrel rate's pretty good, 69%, but everything else is in the blue. So I'm not looking to play the Mets here in any regard. He's got 137 pitches thrown this year, which is more than he's had the last 2 years combined, obviously coming out of the bullpen. He hasn't started a game the last 2 years. Now he's up. This is be his 27th start. So it's probably a 5 and fly for Holmes if he can get there, which isn't a bad situation. But he has not been nearly as good lately. I got to find a way to play Miami here. And let me see what we can get here at the plus 1.5. You can get it at plus money. Let me use that. Like I said, I'm not in love with anything on today's card, but because of the situation here with the Mets coming off, it's got to be a letdown after sweeping Phillies.
Well,
so I'm going to use Miami here, plus 1.5 at plus 105 out there. So that'll be my play on this game.
You don't get. First of all, it's football season, and you should be watching Bet on It, which is a great football show that WagerTalk produces. You don't get many sandwich spots in baseball. Marco does this segment, which is like sandwich spots in football. They happen every week. You rarely get them in baseball. This would be a baseball sandwich spot because you have the letdown of sweeping the Phillies, and then you have tomorrow night, which has now become this very anticipated Jonah Tong Major League debut. So you have a legitimate sandwich spot here. One thing I'll disagree with you with, Adam Mazur is a starter. He will go 5 innings. Like this is not going to be a bullpen game. He's not a bullpen arm at all. Like he is a starting pitcher. He only has started for Jacksonville this year. Every outing's like 5 innings. So the only way he's out early in this game is if he's getting crushed. Brian, if you remember, I could pull up our text thread from back in April. I said Mazur will be in this rotation by early May. This was the guy that I was excited about. So if you're not familiar with Adam Mazur, they got him from the Padres, I believe, as part of one of their deadline deals last year. I forget who they got for him. Doesn't matter. But I thought early in this year, so he was a guy, actually, he was up with San Diego for a stretch last year, and he struggled because he was just not ready to be in the big leagues yet. San Diego needed a starter last year. He only had about 4 outings at Double-A, and they said, "Hey, you're in. Like, go for it." And he didn't pitch well. And then the Marlins got him, and to the Marlins' credit, and this is Peter Bendix, and this is, their whole sort of MO with trying to develop pitching and do it their way. They kept Mazur down at AAA last year, and he's been there for most of the year this year. So the only issue is he hasn't thrown the ball great at AAA, but you also have to wonder if this is one of those things where he feels like he's just, other guys have gotten a chance and maybe he should have. We had this come up. I forget who it was with, but this same scenario came up the other day, and the pitcher in question pitched well. I can't remember who we were talking about, but the point is Mazur's a big league caliber pitcher. He made it to the big leagues with the Padres. He was serviceable, had command issues. He's been down at AAA all year for the Marlins. And for whatever reason, the Marlins like to do this, but they seem to like to do this with guys they really like. If you remember, they did it to Max Meyer last year, where they just kind of forced him to stay down at AAA all year, even though the guys being called up were not as, they were less touted, if you will, than him. That's kind of what has happened to the Marlins this year in terms of some of the guys they've brought up ahead of him. I kind of like that, though, because they've had him down there for a reason. They must feel like the time is now. If you're looking at stuff of all those pitchers down in Jacksonville, he probably has the best stuff. So I think there's a lot of upside here to the Marlins. And then after him, you are going to get some of the better bullpen arms, and you do get this great sandwich spot. So the only thing that's kind of sucks with the Marlins right now is you don't have Stowers, and I think that really has hurt them since he went down. But, there's been plenty of time. What are we going on a week where he's been out? I think the market sort of baked that in at this point. I'm with you, Brian. Marlins plus 1.5. If you didn't do it, I would have done it. So I like that quite a bit. And Trevor says Mazur horrible against lefties. Going to be a few left-handed hitters in the Mets lineup. Okay, yeah. I mean, listen, that's a good point, and it's possible. But you're getting the run here, and you're getting it with the road team. I think it's a worthwhile trade-off with this, with the spot coming off the Phillies game, and then you've got the big Jonah Tong debut tomorrow. It really is a tremendous spot for the Marlins, and you're getting a ton of value as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate you correcting me on that, because he wasn't listed on StatCast anywhere. I had to go to Baseball Reference. That trade was when he came over to Miami. He has had one start for Miami this year, 6.35 ERA, did not look good, 5.2 innings. And he had some walk issues in that game. So yeah, overall, he has not done well, but I like the situation. And even if they can get 4 quality innings out of him, 3 quality innings, that's fine enough for me. But I remembered the name, and once you mentioned San Diego, then I put it all together. But yeah, I should have gone to Baseball Reference. They have all the information. That's another site where we rarely mention it, but it gives you a lot of great information. And if you're looking for these minor league players, and like you do, you follow those games a lot more than I do. This is a place to catch up on all those guys that do that for a living.
Andy Lang says, WT.buzz/insiders, $2.99 a month. You get a $5 coupon at the start of every month, exclusive content, emojis, buttons, chat, and your questions in the chat get priority. That must be what he's talking about for the whatever that subscription was. So if that's something that interests you, check that out. Appreciate Andy popping in. And Brian, I remembered who it was, and this will be my segue to our next game. It was Bubba Chandler. Last week we talked about Bubba Chandler. He started to sort of struggle in the minors. I kind of felt like maybe he was kind of looking at it like, all right, why am I still down here? And maybe he got bored a little bit. Now, I don't want to compare Mazur to Chandler, because Chandler's a much higher touted sort of prospect at this point. But that's what we saw happen with Chandler, where he had some bad outings at the minors. He gets up. He's tremendous last week. Did I see he got in and threw the ball pretty well last night again? I think I did, right?
He actually is the first player in Major League history to get a save and a win in his first 2 appearances. It's another useless stat from ESPN or whoever it was. but still, he was able to get the win, and he piggybacked, and that's what they're doing right now. So, and he's been unhittable so far. So it's worked out well. And that's one of the other things you have to keep track of this time of year. Some guys get real frustrated. They haven't gotten the call. They've seen all their buddies getting the call, and they go, what the hell's wrong with that? Why can't I get the call? And then when they do, they come out and they're more focused. So hopefully it'll work out for the Miami pitcher today.
So my segue was to this Pirates Cardinals game. And man, every time I watch the Pirates and they win a game and they do it with like a Bubba Chandler or something, I think to myself, man, if there was other people in charge of this organization, they would be a above 500 team, probably in the mix. Like, it's actually insane. This team is 59-75 with the pitching talent they have. Some of the guys that they've been able to accumulate in that organization, like the fact that they're, Keon in the chat is like 2026 rotation, Skeens, Chandler, Ashtrap, Jared Jones. I mean, it's just incredible that this team isn't winning more games. But then you have a game like last night where they go out, they win 2-1. Bubba Chandler's throwing 100, and you're like, yeah, like this is what's supposed to happen with this Pirates team. And so I bring you to this game today. I feel like if things were to go how they were supposed to, it'd be Braxton Ashcraft throwing 5 or 6 really good innings, and the Pirates in the driver's seat to win. And you've got the Pirates at plus money here. So, but it's still the Pirates, and they still make mind-numbing decisions, mostly with their lineup, because that lineup down in Indianapolis is very good right now. I got to see them in person last week. There's 4 guys in that lineup that should be in the big league lineup. So it makes the Pirates a tough handicap. How do you handicap this one, Pirates Cardinals?
Yeah, the Pirates, we didn't talk about that game yesterday, but I really like the Pirates. I thought there was way too much value on them. Obviously, the St. Louis pitcher is a very good pitcher, and he pitched well in the game. But how is St. Louis worth being a 190 favorite? We didn't get into it yesterday, but hopefully a lot of people saw what I saw. Ashcraft against Miles Mikolas, who for some reason is pitching well right now. So every time I think the guy's going to get cut, he gets to the point and he goes, okay, well, I better stick around a little bit. But
it's been going on for a decade.
Yeah,
it's been going on for 10 years.
But by the way, Colorado just sent Sensatella to the bullpen, so no more of that for us. But that was something that's probably 4 months too late. But Mikolas here, 116 favorite, and looks to be 8.5 to the under, or you can get 8 slightly to the over. Yeah, Ashcraft has been very good. 2.70 ERA, 1.18 WHIP, expected 3.30. A lot of red on his StatCast page. Barrel percentage, 97th percentile. Ground ball rate, 89th. 90th percent on average exit velocity. He throws the four-seamer at 97, which is 2 miles an hour more than a normal right-hander. But he throws the slider and the curve a lot too. So he's got 3 pitches that he throws maybe 85% of the time, although he does have 5 total pitches. I like the package for Ashcraft. I think this is a guy that is, for the most part, staying under the notice of a lot of people out there. And, even some of the other guys for the Pirates on the pitching staff, the starters, have done pretty well. Miles Mikolas, 5.17 ERA, 5.39 expected, 1.36 WHIP. He doesn't pitch in Colorado. He doesn't pitch in Cincinnati. Those are numbers that you would get if you were to pitch in those 2 ballparks. He's been lucky to pitch here. The one saving grace for Miles Mikolas, he doesn't walk anybody. Only 5.7 this year, and his career walk rate is 4.4%. So he's in the 87th percentile of that, but everything else, all blue on his StatCast page. 4-seam slider, curve, sinker, change, sweeper. He does it all. And he only throws his fastball 28% of the time, which I like. But I think he's been in the league for 10 years now. Got a respectable 70-74 record, but he's seen better days. And he after the 3 years, at least the last 2 years, 5.35 ERA, 5.17 this year. I don't know what his contract situation is, but he'll likely be out of baseball soon. All that said, I do prefer Pittsburgh in this game. I think we lost a little bit of value because they won yesterday. I would have preferred to take St. Louis coming in here. all for a satisfying win. But yeah, the only way I could play this game would be Pittsburgh with a clearly better starter. The bullpen for Pittsburgh, even though they traded away their closer, they still got a lot of talent. I've always liked Holderman, and I like some of the other guys in that bullpen. So, yeah, if I play this, I'm playing the Pirates. The only problem is you got to worry about the Pirates offense. Some days they put up 14 runs. Other days they get shut out. Major League Baseball. And they could get one of those where Mikolas just dazzles them with his off-speed stuff. But we'll see. But the only way I could play this would be Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, I guess when the organizational depth right around your age range at your position is Paul Skeens, Jared Jones, Hunter Barco, like, and you're on that list, it's easy to, someone's going to go under Bubba Chandler. It's easy. Someone's going to go under the radar a little bit. And I do feel like it's been Ashcraft. And another reason he's gone a little bit under the radar is the Pirates did, I guess this is the Pirates, what they're going to do now. This is their new thing where they're going to call a guy up and then let him come and pitch in long relief and come out of the bullpen. So he kind of, he didn't really get his sort of day when he got called up because he was coming out of the bullpen, so on and so forth. They might be onto something though, because I think it's like I think it's helped him, right? Like he was coming out of the bullpen. Maybe he realized he could throw a little bit harder in shorter, in shorter stretches. He's been awesome. And he's been better than he was at AAA since, sort of getting called up and going through that like routine of being a long reliever for a minute. I mean, his stuff is tremendous. He has if they didn't have Paul Skeens and they didn't have some of these other guys, I think they'd be talking about Braxton Ashcraft as like a potential ace, but he does sort of fly under the radar a little bit. And for that reason, you're able to get prices like plus 110, plus 105 on him when he's the better pitcher. And you know what? The Pirates right now, they very possibly could be the better team. I'm going to go Gene. I put his comment down because it was taking up a lot of room on the screen. I'll pull it back up. Cardinals clear clubhouse issues. Did you guys happen to catch when Contreras got tossed out of the game the night before, threw the bat, hit one of the teammates? It's not good for the Cardinals right now. And I think that's a very good point that's being made. They're kind of a team that it feels like they're sort of going off the rails. Whereas the Pirates are a team that, unfortunately has been off the rails since about May. They haven't had anything to play for since May in terms of like going anywhere. So I think you could see the Pirates play spoiler a little bit. I'll tell you what I'm looking for long-term. Right now in Indianapolis, they have Cam Devaney, Rafael Flores, Nick Solak, and Nick York. Those four should be in the Pirates lineup. If you see those guys start to creep into the lineup in the coming days and weeks, the Pirates will be a money-making machine in September, an absolute machine, because that would improve the Pirates lineup tenfold. Those four are better than the last four guys in the Pirates lineup right now, which has been the Pirates' issue. Why they won't bring them up, I don't know. It must be a way for that owner to save $1 or $2, because that's like the MO in Pittsburgh. But write those four names down and keep an eye on the transactions. The reason I say that is it is August 28th. On September 1st, rosters expand. And it would be crazy to like not give Cam Devaney his Major League Baseball debut. When they traded Adam Frazier for him, they still haven't called him up, and the guy's got like a 950 OPS in the minors. Like, he's 28 years old. Like, even the Pirates can't continue to do him a disservice like that. So I think you're going to see some of these guys get in the lineup, and the Pirates might be a September machine. For today, I still think they're good enough, Brian. So I'm going to throw this in the parlay. I'll do what do we have for a Pirates money line right now?
The Pirates money line is looking at plus 103. I will say,
I'll take that. That's good.
I will say, after looking at the bullpen situation for Pittsburgh, Santana's pitched 3 of the last 4 days, including yesterday. Their 7th and 8th inning guys, Matson and Ledzotsky, he threw 46 pitches yesterday, so he won't be available. Matson's pitched 3 of the last 4, so they're going to have to use some of their other guys in the bullpen. I like the first half better. You can get them at minus 120. That way I don't have to worry about the bullpen. And we didn't even talk about Mike Burrows, who has been in the rotation for a long time this year. And he's another guy that
Yeah.
has turned into be a pretty good pitcher for Pittsburgh. So from a pitching standpoint, I think the Pirates are in good shape for next year. They just got to bring in some hitters, and they'll be a competitive team.
I think you could see Justin Lawrence out of the bullpen for the Pirates today. He threw on Tuesday for Indianapolis, and I don't see why they wouldn't just. I mean, he looked fine. Like it's his third. It was his third rehab outing. I feel like it's like what are if it would be outing number 4, like why don't just let him throw for Pittsburgh, especially if you need a bullpen arm. And Lawrence, before he got hurt, was looking really good. If you guys remember, he was the reliever that they grabbed from the Rockies, who was off to a tremendous start this season. So you may see him back in the Pirates pen today. It would probably be his day to pitch. So keep an eye on that. Okay. Let's take a look here. We have Dayton. Dayton says, can we cover the Diamondbacks game today? We can definitely do that. That was one I saw a little value on. I did a video for this yesterday. I thought Arizona would win a game in this series and that they were a little value at plus money, and they got it done yesterday, 3-2 win. So I guess my free play cashed yesterday on the Diamondbacks. Brian, I think they might have a tiny bit of value again today. In this one, at plus money, you're going to need them to piece together the pitching a little bit. It's probably going to be Nabil Crismatt and a sort of a couple of bullpen guys, because I don't know that he's going to go very long in this game. But I believe they called up a guy from Reno that's been throwing it well. His last name's Rashi, Rashi, I believe I don't know if he appeared yesterday. If he didn't, he's probably in the mix for today. So my question to you is, can Arizona piece it together with the pitching where they're in this game today?
Yeah. This game, we're looking at Crismatt and Quintana for Milwaukee. The afterthought for Milwaukee, and he continues to have a terrific season. He's a lefty going against Arizona here. We're looking at Milwaukee at about a 160 favorite and a total of 9. I'm glad we talked about this game because I wanted to talk about Milwaukee. I lost a game the other day. I believe they played San Francisco, and they brought McGill in to close, and they brought him in the last inning. He clearly didn't have anything. I'm watching the game. I go, they got to get him the hell out of there. I talked about it earlier show. And now they find out, what do you know? He's going on the IL. He's hurt. Yeah, I knew he was hurt. I watched the damn game. If I could see it, the management's got to be able to see that. Or do you leave him in the entire game? It cost our clients a win, but a little frustration on my part. But still, Milwaukee right now, they got a big lead. They don't need to win, and they're playing somewhat like that right now. Nabil, the only Nabil I've ever heard of in Major League Baseball. He's 30-year-old, so he's only pitched 186 innings in his career. This is his sixth season in Major League Baseball. Career ERA 3.58, not bad. 1.30 whip, a little high. But he's come in. He started a game earlier for this team, and he's had some pretty good success. Probably won't go long, as you mentioned. He's going up against Quintana. Quintana 3.32 ERA, 5.02 expected. He's always beat his expected numbers. You go all the way back the last 4 years. He's beaten them every year. He's one of those guys that stays under the radar, and I like it. But if you see a StatCast page, not any red on this page. Average exit velocity, 61st percentile. That's the best thing he does. A lot of blue, but he knows how to pitch. His career ERA 3.72. Last 3 years, 3.32, 3.75, 3.57. The StatCast people do not like him. And a lot of people in Major League Baseball, the scouts and all that, they don't like him. But he knows how to pitch. And I usually find a lot of value on him, but I don't want him today. As I mentioned, Milwaukee right now without their closer. And they can just cruise the rest of the way. So no reason to play Milwaukee here. The line open 170, 145. I believe they take those from Chris, and they kind of inflate their numbers on the favorite there. They got a 25-cent straddle right there. So normally you only see about a 15-point straddle at the worst. So yeah, we're looking at Arizona here. I think there's value on there, and because of the Milwaukee not having the closer, the rest of their guys are really good. But Ashby, they used as a starter. So last time out, and he pitched like 45 pitches, so he won't be available. So it'll be a limited Milwaukee bullpen here. So I kind of like Arizona. I think that's a decent underdog play for today.
Yeah, Nabil Chris-Matt's been around for a long time. I think he's 30, will be 31 later this year. He's just been a journeyman minor leaguer. I feel like I've seen him on 6 different AAA rosters over the past couple of years. I think he was actually on 3 different ones. I think he went from Dodgers to Phillies to this is his most recent stop. He's actually been he's taken this opportunity and run with it a little bit. This will be his 3rd outing for the Diamondbacks, and he's given up 1 run over 9 innings so far. So, he's thrown it well recently since being called up. So I think that's worth pointing out. I'll echo what you were saying, Brian. This Brewers team, they just don't really need to go nuts right now. They have a 6.5 game lead in the division. They still have I think their lead on the best record in the National League is roughly the same. They have a 6 or 7 game lead on the next best team in the NL right now. They don't need to manage these games and put guys at risk. You're going to see it's going to be all just spread the innings around. Let's keep everyone fresh, and let's go to the postseason healthy. Now listen, if the Cubs close the gap and suddenly this is a 2-game lead in the division, does that change things? Probably. But I just don't think you're going to see the Brewers take chances with relievers. I think it's just going to be next guy up. So it's worth sort of noting, because you get to these leverage spots and you're typically used to having a McGill or an Ashby in a certain spot. Well, McGill's on the IL. They're obviously not going to use Ashby today. And you get kind of the situation that happened to you over the weekend, where you have the game on the line and Garrett Anderson is pitching in the 9th inning of a game. And that's tough. So I do think that that's a reason, based on where the Brewers are priced in the market, to start to look at the other side, because you're still paying premium prices for the Brewers on pretty much a daily basis. And I think that's what you're being asked to do here. So it would be D-backs or pass for me. I think there's value again on them today. I would rather have the Arizona Diamondbacks if I was going to bet this game. Okay, let's move along. We have 17 minutes left. We've locked the parlay in, so I'll repeat that again at the end of the show. But there's still plenty of other games to talk about. Let's talk about those Cubs. The Cubs 6.5 back in the NL Central, but it looks like they're sort of comfortably a playoff team at this point, Brian. Everyone has kind of distanced themselves from the Reds, which you sort of foreshadowed that being the case on Monday. They're still on the road in San Francisco. Looks like we're going to get Imanaga versus Webb. Any thoughts, Cubs Giants, for you?
Yeah. First thing that pops at me is the Cubs are favored slightly. I mean, it's much more of a pick 'em game, but they're going against San Francisco's best pitcher, Logan Webb, one of the best pitchers in Major League Baseball. You say, well, why is that? Well, San Francisco is going for the sweep. The Cubs, it's the last game here. They don't expect them to leave here getting swept. So a lot of people are jumping on the Cubs. And I can understand the logic behind it, but now we've lost. There's no value. I'm not going to go against Logan Webb, the best San Francisco starter, playing at home here. They're playing. They've come on. They've been another team that's been up and down all season long, and they looked terrible just a week ago. And now they're playing very well. I believe they won 4 straight games total. So you got the best pitcher for this team on a winning streak at home, and money is coming in on the Cubs. Can't get there that way. If I was catching maybe 120 here on the Cubs, I'd be interested. But right now, it's looking like a pick 'em situation. Imanaga, 3.03 ERA, 3.65 expected, 0.94 WHIP. In 2 years, 0.99 in Major League Baseball as a WHIP. That's been excellent. His walk rate, obviously terrific, 94th percentile, but he is a fly ball pitcher, and that hasn't hurt him that much, but he does have the ability to give up a fly ball, which hurts you in the home runs. Pass ball velocity only in the 8th percentile. He's a crafty veteran, and he'll come into San Francisco, as I mentioned. Logan Webb, 3.13 ERA, 3.70 expected, 1.22 WHIP. Last 2 years, 3.47 ERA, 3.25 the year before. His career in 7 seasons, 3.37 ERA, 1.19 WHIP. He's one of those guys that will walk somebody once in a while, but this year it's at 5.4%. So other than that, it's very good. And it's the 91st percentile in walk rate, 91st in ground ball percent, extension 84th. I like this guy, obviously, and they're playing pretty well right now. I wanted to play the Cubs. I thought this was going to be a good spot for them, but there's no way I could go against Webb at home, so I'll be sitting this one out.
Oh yeah, dogs are barking again. Sorry about that. I don't have a huge opinion on this game, so I want to pull up this chat comment because it's a good spot to talk about this, and I'll tie it into this game. So the question here is, basically, how do standings affect your handicapping? And I think too often it gets thrown around like meaningless game. Like Major League Baseball players are always going out there and trying to win games. The players are always going, for the most part, play hard every day. So, but the standings and where a team is at will affect the handicap. For me, it's two ways. It's one, the game we just spoke about with the Brewers, where it's like, okay, we have a large lead. It's not that they're not trying to win, but management spreading the innings around. Like there's different things in play. The other thing is teams like, and I will look at the standings, and teams that I feel that they felt that they should have been in it, and they've got some veterans, and now they're no longer in it come September, tend to be, that's where you see some of the lethargic play, in my opinion. When you have a team, and I think the Giants could fall right into that mix, where this was a team that in May went out and got Rafael Devers, and everyone's throwing them a parade. What a move. No, they fleeced the Red Sox, got Devers and gave up a couple of young prospects and gave up Kyle Harrison. And if you guys remember, at the time, they were very much in the mix. Trig was drinking the Kool-Aid. I think I said, oh, God, Giants are a playoff team. Just mark it down. This team's now 7 games out of the wild card, 11 and a half back in the division. I think the writing's on the wall here. I don't see the Giants playing their way back into it. And it is kind of a veteran team. You've always sort of questioned, like, I don't know that Devers has fully caught on there. Like, I don't know. Like, he's not like a fan favorite like he was in Boston by any means. Logan Webb's a veteran. Like, so, Brian, I'll throw this back to you for a second. Could the Giants be that team that just sort of like doesn't look like they really care over the next couple weeks, especially if they fall another game or two out of the race?
Well, they had been that team. They'd been on a bad run after having that nice start to the season. I think they got that out of their system now. They're getting some of their guys back. I saw a tweet, and I'm terrible at remembering. I like to give everybody credit for what they've done, and I just can't remember. But they had a listing of since that trade, the Giants had the worst record in baseball, or the worst WRC plus or whatever. The hitters just had not played well. But he did go 4 for 4 yesterday. It was a big celebration last night for on the field. So it could be a letdown spot with your best pitcher on the mound. But I talked about this the other day, and all the teams right now, the 6 players, 6 from the East or from the American, 6 from the National, are all locked in. The last spot is the Red Sox. They're at 94.5%. Nobody else in the American League. The Royals, they're at 14.4. So the teams that are in are in. The teams that are out, and we can take advantage of going against those teams that are already in because of that. The Brewers are one. They've got that big lead over the Cubs. This is a team that they'll not only change up some of the innings that the pitchers throw, but they'll also give the bench guys more at bats, and that's something that they've done very good. It's one of the reasons why they have success. Boston does a lot of that. They keep the Red Sox, or they keep the bench guys involved. So we can fade a lot of these teams. The Tigers we talked about, and I know we got a lot of Tigers fans in the chat. But every time they get a big lead in that division, I called this when they beat Kansas City 3 out of 4 the other day, that they were going to slump. And sure enough, they've lost 4 straight games now. But that doesn't mean they're a bad team. It just means that this is the time where we can go against them. And once it gets close, obviously, if it does get close, then you can bet on them again. So Toronto's in that situation a little bit lately. They got a 4-game lead over Boston, 4.5 over the Yankees. I'm kind of worried about Toronto getting a little bit satisfied in that situation, because if you, to me, you flip a coin, the Blue Jays, the Red Sox, and the Yankees, any of those teams could win this division, and it's still up for grabs. But Toronto's in the playoffs, so it's a situation for me where I'm looking to fade those teams. Any team in the playoff, I'm looking to fade, and there's going to be certain spots every day that we get. Now, I talked about Philadelphia. They're playing Atlanta today, and that's one of those situations. Atlanta, a lot of injuries. Their players are going to be out. The starting pitching staff has been it's been a wasted season for Atlanta. But they signed Quantrill, they signed Fetty earlier. They're picking guys off the scrap heap just to give them innings, so they don't throw any of their minor leaguers and add up their innings at the major league level. So in Philadelphia, in that game, coming off of the sweep, you would expect Philadelphia to play a great game, but is Aaron Nola back? So it would be a good game to fade Atlanta, but I'm not sure that I want to lay that kind of number with Aaron Nola. I didn't know if we were going to go into another game, but I guess we have gone into another game here. Just want to get your opinion on that.
Yeah, we can go into that one. I'll just wrap up the Colin. It looks like a couple guys in the chat were pointing out Giants struggle against lefties. Yeah, it's definitely worth pointing out here because they do swing and miss quite a bit too. Giants strike out a lot, and even though Imanaga is not going to overpower anyone, he doesn't throw particularly hard. He does have a pretty solid chase rate, and he's also very intelligent pitcher in my opinion. He'll be able to set up those hitters. So yeah, this could be a decent spot for the Cubs, especially kind of avoid a sweep. Didn't even realize I didn't even realize the Giants had 4 straight wins going into today. So maybe they are sort of like this is like their last stand, if you will. But I don't think that this sets up great for them. Let's go into that Phillies Braves game. The Phillies were rather humbled by the Mets the last couple of days. But I actually had, on my list of stuff that I jotted down, almost every one of which was just a disgusting, gross play. Braves were kind of like, I thought there was a little value with Braves plus 1.5. And I think it really kind of does go to the pitching. It's like, I guess this is a spot where you would look and say, okay, the Phillies should win this game. But do you want Aaron Nola at $1.80 is the question right now. And I don't know that I'll get to the window with that. But, I definitely see like, Cal Quantrill's not a guy that I am super high on, but I think it was worth pointing out that I think he was throwing 97 a couple weeks ago. He's shown flashes. So it's tough. That would be one where there's no way I'm playing the Phillies at $1.80. But again, it does feel like a spot maybe where they bounce back. Tough game. I wasn't even going to talk about that one, but go ahead.
Yeah, if you're, I don't want to lay the 180, but Aaron Nola's in the 98th percentile of chase rate. He's got more strikeouts than innings pitched. Maybe there's a situation where if you want to play Nola strikeouts, that may be a way to actually play Philadelphia without having to lay the big number.
Yeah, and I got to go back to the last question we were talking about. The Braves were the team that I talked about for a couple of weeks. I was like, this is going to be the fade come September, because they've got all these veterans. They've got veterans that are accustomed to winning. They've got Matt Olson, Ronald Acuna, guys that have like tasted real success. And this was a team that the expectation was they would be in the mix for at least a wild card spot this year. So the fact that they're coming into September 61-72, and they're really like they're much further out of it than the Giants are, that sort of profiles as a fade to me, because like when it's totally different from when you have like a young team, like let's say an A's or a Pirate. A's is a good example where you've got this young team with a bunch of guys that just want to play. Those are the types of teams, like they might be out of it, but they can have success in September. When you've got a team like the Braves who was supposed to be there and they aren't, and they've got veterans, that's where you get the some vacation plans are already starting to be booked while the season's still going on. So for that reason, the Braves were always going to be a little bit of a fade to me as we get to this point in the season. But to the Braves' credit, I think they've played well the last couple of weeks. So I'm not sure that I'm just like ready to go against them yet. So that's a that's a tricky one right there. I can't imagine I'll get involved in that game.
Yeah, even though the Braves come in at 61 and 72, their run differential is -2 on the season. So they should be a 500 ball club. Now, if they were a 500 ball club, they would still be behind the Mets by 5.5 games or whatever. They'd still be playing hard, but do these Braves players actually think that they would be a contender with all the injuries they've had? They just want to get this season over with. I fully understand that. But they're a lot better team than what their record shows. I got to give them credit. They started the year, they were horrendous, if you remember, coming out of the start of the season, had all those injuries, and they played with a lot of heart. I've got to say that.
All right, we have I have someone coming to do some work on the house. Specifically told them anytime after 10, do not show up before 10. And when did they show up? 9:57. But we're at the we're at the end of the show, and I gotta be honest, on a Thursday slate where there's not much and I haven't put anything out for clients yet, I probably should throw like a quick promo in. Without Tokyo Brandon, I forget that we still sell stuff on this website. I mean, me personally, I've got a 5% football play that I love for Saturday. It's probably going to be my only college football selection of the weekend, and I'm 5-0 to start football season.
Nice.
So check that out. Brian, do you have anything going in Major League Baseball today?
I have not put anything up yet. There's 3 or 4 games I'm trying to break down here and get those up. Also, we're undefeated in for college football. We only had one play, but we had another play on the free play, and that one won. I do have a play up for today's card, and I do have a 4% play going further on in the weekend.
If I get to the window with a baseball play today, it very well might be one of these two that are in the parlay. Can you just tell me what the odds are on that? We got Marlins plus 1.5 and Pirates, and we desperately need a parlay win. And I think we've got a nice 2-teamer here. I'm actually pretty excited about this parlay.
Pittsburgh's about a 103 plus 103, and Marlins plus 1.5 is plus 105.
Love that. And we even went with we've got some odds there. That's plus 316.
Yeah, since TB's not here, we don't have any big favorites.
I mean, I used a big favorite yesterday, and magically it got there with the Blue Jays. I'm not really quite sure how that was even though we were cooked by that point, but I'd like to win one. You know what? We set the tone, Brian. The very first parlay of our year, we got a grand slam to win it. And I don't think we've had that kind of luck since, but I do like this one. So just before we sign off, one more time, the 2-teamer for today is Marlins plus 1.5. That's Brian's side. And my side's going to be Pirates on the money line. Both plus money, plus 316. So nice little 2-teamer there. Hopefully it gets us back in the win column. We will be back regardless tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, to finish out the week. Well, hopefully we can cash some tickets today. Have a great day, everyone. Check out the WagerTalk YouTube channel. If you missed the show, the replay is always up on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. And good luck tonight, everyone. Enjoy some college football, really kind of officially kicking off tonight. And we'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Welcome to Bet on It. We've got college football on our TVs this week, and I could not be more excited for the Barking Dogs. Is the deli back open, or maybe Marco has a trap game for us? Of course, we're going to get that Steam report from Ace and follow it all up with our best bets up next on Bet on It. Welcome on in, gentlemen. We've got the Greek, Gianni The Greek. Some of you guys call him Ace. Some of you guys call him VR. That's what I call him. And of course, we got Marco D'Angelo here bringing us all the heat. Guys, we're getting into those top 25 games. Steam report. Maybe the deli's back open. I am kind of hungry. It is lunchtime here on the East Coast. And of course, we're going to bring you guys some of those best bets and Barking Dogs. You guys dictate this show. You were mad that we got rid of the recap graphic. It's back. We've got that opening music for you, and we've got the original trio. I'm so excited to be here. We're going to get right into it, boys and girls. Top 25 games, Saturday, 12 p.m. Eastern. Number 1, Texas at number 3, Ohio State. Marco D'Angelo likes the dog. Let's hear why you think the Buckeyes are going down Saturday.
Well, Kelly, let's start with the obvious. We always say revenge, or at least I say revenge is the most overused word in sports betting. However, there are times that it is meaningful. And one of those is when it's a team that ended your season. And of course, last year in the national playoffs, it was Ohio State beating Texas 28-14. Looks like a sound victory, 14-point win. But if you remember, and I remember all too well, Texas was knocking on the door when that game was 21-14, ready to punch in the tying score until that turnover went the other direction and turned the game around late in the game. I think Texas has obviously had this game circled for the revenge. And then let's look at, the obvious. Texas, yeah, they lose their starting quarterback, but is there a quarterback taking over in college football this season that has more hype than Arch Manning? This is going to be a tough test for him to have to go on the road and go into the Ohio State and play at the Shoe against that crowd, defending national champs. But on the flip side, you got Ohio State. You talk about wholesale changes. That team that won the national championship is just a shell of itself this year. They've got a freshman quarterback taking over, going to make his debut in Ohio State in a big game. You look at, they had 17 major contributors from last year's national championship team gone. 15 of those 17 players that are gone actually had invites to the NFL Combine. That tells you how deep that team was last year. So with all of those departures, starting a freshman quarterback, there's going to be growing pains, in my opinion, for Ohio State. I think Texas has more pieces in play. And for Arch Manning, you're saying, well, hey, he's taken over. He's new, but he got playing time. And, of course, we know the pedigree that he comes from. I'm going to go ahead, take the playoff revenge with Texas. Going to take that team. I'm not the biggest fan of Sarkisian, but let's not forget, Ryan Day finally got that monkey off his back. But how much of that was having a mentor as his offensive coordinator last year as well in Chip Kelly? Chip Kelly's gone too. So a lot of holes to fill at Ohio State. I'll go with the better team at the moment with revenge on their minds. Let's go with Texas plus the points.
All right, let's move along to Saturday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Number 9, LSU takes on number 4, Clemson. VR, you like the home team here on Saturday night.
Yeah, and when we did the preview show, Clemson was one of those teams that I did think coming into the season were a little bit undervalued, kind of being overlooked, even though they're one of the most proven team, at least over the last 5 or 6 years, with a head coach that's shown he's been able to win the big game. I just think there's a little bit too much hype behind this LSU team already. And it's warranted because of the quarterback they're bringing back. He threw over 4,000 yards last year. But they lost their offensive line. They lost 4 NFL caliber linemen. 4 of them were top picks. So it's going to be tough filling in those holes, even with, the portal that they're able to go and grab players from other schools. I just don't think early on that's going to be a problem. And against Clemson, their defense, even though they got a new defensive coordinator, I just think they're going to improve. All the pieces to me look solid. I just think this Clemson team's better than they're getting credit for. And I think because of all the hype around Texas, all the hype around Penn State, Ohio State. So they're kind of being overlooked. But they just too much inexperience for LSU on the offensive line. That's going to be a problem. It's in the line is going to determine this game. And I just think it's going to be one-sided. And I like the offense for Clemson as well. You're bringing back a stud quarterback in Klubnik who knows this team well. They got a ton of momentum. Yeah, give me Clemson here. I think it's an easy win for them at home. Good matchup to see what LSU has. But again, until that offensive line proves something, I think you got to fade it.
All right, let's move along to Sunday. I'm going to be breaking down number 6 Notre Dame at number 10 Miami, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. For this one, I know it's going to be shocking to none of you who watched the show last year that I'm fading Mario Cristobal. Look, this Miami team last year had the benefit of not playing a single ranked team in the regular season. If you guys remember, Mario Cristobal's squad started off 9-0. They pulled out some crazy wins. But then guess what? Regression came knocking. They lost 3 of their last 4, and now they lost their starting quarterback to the NFL. Okay, fine. They got UGA transfer Carson Beck taking over at quarterback. Everything should be right in the world. I'm not sure I believe it. By the way, Notre Dame 17-8-1 all time in the Catholics versus Convicts series. The Irish are going to turn 14 starters. And you know what they've been able to prove? That they can win big games. Miami 1-13 straight up, 3-11 against the spread versus top 10 teams since 2019. One of my biggest preseason plays was Miami 8.5 wins to the under plus 140. Bottom line, we're fading Mario Cristobal as a coach who has not had back-to-back double-digit win seasons in his career. The Irish are going to win by 10 on Sunday night. VR, let's keep it rolling here. We're going to go right into the Steam report. If you guys are following along at home, oddslogic.com/ace gets you a free week of Odds Logic service so you can follow along and fade or follow the Steam. VR, what do you got for us week 1 in college football?
Yeah, they got out ahead of a lot of these numbers. And what you got to pay attention to is the take back. Will there be buyback? Because a lot of these move significantly, 3-4 points, even through some key numbers. So again, if you miss the boat, it's usually better to wait for a better matchup to get behind. But heavy action on Thursday immediately with NC State -12, -12.5, and over all the way up to 59. South Florida, here's one of those that went +9, +8, +7.5, all the way down to that key number of +7. UCF laid the 17 on UCF. Akron +9, +8, +7.5, +7. They stopped at the key number for both of those, if you notice, on South Florida and Akron. And finally, Rutgers laying from 11 all the way up to -15 that I actually laid the other day for one of those groups. Friday's action, a little slower there. Sam Houston +13.5 over UNLV and the over 60, over 61. And then finally, Michigan at -17.5 all the way up to -19. But this is where we saw some take back on Western Michigan. Once it got up to that, through that 20, 20.5, 21s, bam, 21 got picked off. So you seeing Michigan -17.5, 18, but Western Michigan at +21. Difference of opinions there. Saturday action. Purdue start off at the top. Purdue -16.5. Nevada and Penn State, they're steaming that under 60.5, 58.5. Drop down to UMass and Temple. John Murray talked about Temple months ago over the summer. I remember with Kelly giving out Temple when it got to -1, 2, got up to -3, went through 3. That's where you saw some UMass action. Actually, a really sharp group came in and took UMass plus the 3.5. And that's why that line settled back the other way. Syracuse, Tennessee, they're going under 55 all the way to 53.5. FAU over Maryland took the 17.5, took the 17s out, and even took the 16.5s out there. Texas, Ohio State, we talked about that game. I don't think anyone's surprised. Texas got steamed at that key number of +3. That was gone. You saw the money line start getting taken out. That's why even when it was like 1.5, 2, the money line on Texas was like +105 was the best you can get. So there's a lot of steam on the Texas side. See if there's any Ohio State backers come Saturday. Utah State -3.5 and 4. Washington -18 all the way up to -20. Arizona, Hawaii, another one where we saw take back. Arizona -11 all the way to 16. Went through 17. That's where you saw Hawaii +18 get bought up as well. Utah from -3.5 bet up all the way to -5. And last but not least, Rice at +14 against Louisiana, under 51 all the way down to under 49. I know it's a lot of information. Working with more groups than ever for this college football season. So I'm going to try to isolate the ones that I could confirm multiple groups bet. And believe it or not, it was that many. And not surprisingly, these are week one lines. They've been up for a long time. So they've had a lot of time to dissect them. Whether you follow Fade, hope you do some damage with the information.
Oh boy, I hope you guys are really good at writing fast because my chicken scratch, I'm gonna have to text VR. I'm gonna have to text VR for that list because that was
big
rapid
list.
fire. All right. One of my favorite segments is barking dogs because what am I doing every single week in college football? That's right. I'm looking for those outright underdog winners. And that's what the barking dog segment is all about. Marco, we promised no chihuahuas this year. And you and I both came with basically touchdown underdogs, but VR came with a double-digit underdog, so he gets to go first. VR, Florida State. Why are they live?
Yeah, number one, I thought the point spread was too high. Number one, I thought there's some value on the Florida State side. Did catch a little bit of steam, so I'm happy there. Are they going to win on the money line? 13.5-point dogs rarely win outright, but definitely worth a small sprinkle at that 4-1 or greater money line that I saw. Now, you have Florida State. They brought in that new offensive coordinator, if you remember, back in December of last year. Well, they bring over transfer who's already worked with him at Central Florida. So I think Castellano is going to step in for Florida State and take that offense and make them a lot more dynamic than they were prior. I mean, he could run the football. I think that's going to pose some problems for Alabama. And I think the defense for Florida State is going to be improved off of last season. That's expected. It's can they contain Alabama? And more importantly, what can they do against that defensive line against, the offensive line of Florida State? With the quarterback of Florida State, I think that's going to be where they're able to move the football, where other teams are going to have more problems with Alabama. If you have like a prototypical pro-type quarterback, I think you're going to have issues against Alabama. I think Florida State will be able to handle it a lot better. Again, is it a rebuilding year for Florida State? Somewhat, because they're bringing in a lot of new schemes, but I think that's exactly what this team needed. And from everything I see, they're improved off of last year. And with Alabama, usually you're going to pay a little premium to back this team year in and year out. I think that's the case here. I also like that I'm seeing a lot of one-sided public money on Alabama. Not saying you're going to fade the public, but when you get something under 2 touchdowns and they're just keep betting it, and you're not seeing the market respect that money, to me, it's a telling sign. So give me Florida State plus the points, sprinkle that money line. They're live.
All right, a live double-digit underdog to start the season. Marco wants to start the season off red hot here on Thursday night with an underdog that I also like. Marco, I did take the points here, but I have not sprinkled on the money line just yet. Tell me why you think Cincinnati can beat Nebraska.
Well, let's start with Nebraska and Coach Matt Rule. This is his 3rd season, and he led Nebraska to their first winning season and a bowl game in forever. So expectations are really high in Lincoln, and that gives us value here with the price of plus 6.5. You look at this one, Cincinnati, Scott Satterfield, he is in his 3rd season, just like Matt Rule. And we always say that the biggest jump for teams with new coaches, I feel, is in year 3. First year, you always inherit some players from the previous coach. Second year, you're starting to revamp everybody that you want. By year 3, you've got the program established, you've got your schemes in offense and defense, and you've got the players to fit those. I expect Cincinnati to make a jump forward this year. Now, everybody's looking at the season end for Cincinnati last year when they ended up going down the stretch, losing their last 5 games of the season. They started the season 5-2, and they did lose the last 5. But if you look, all 5 of the teams they lost to last year in the Big 12 all made it to bowl games. And 3 of those 5 games were on the road. Cincinnati was a beat-up team at the end of the season. Cincinnati returns a lot of key players this year. They've got their quarterback back. Brendan Sorsby played all 12 games last year, threw for 2,800 yards. He had 18 touchdowns, just 7 interceptions. Now, I know Nebraska's quarterback, Raiola, is back as well. He threw for 2,800 yards too. The difference is he had 13 TDs and 11 interceptions. That's been the problem with Nebraska the last couple of years. I think this game is going to be a lot closer than people think. I'm taking Cincinnati plus the points. And of course, we're sprinkling because I think they can pull the upset. This game is not in Lincoln. It's on a neutral field. They're playing this game at Arrowhead. So yes, the site does favor Nebraska, but I still think that the points are too high in this one for what should be a dogfight. And let's get the dog home outright with Cincinnati.
Marco makes a great point for week number 1. Always make sure you check the site locations. We've got quite a few neutral site games this weekend. I'll get to one of those for my best bet here later on in the show. First, we got to hit this barking dog. And look, here's the reality. I know a lot of people aren't going to like me fading that Utah hype once again, but that's where we're going. I think UCLA's defense deserves a ton of credit carrying over from last year. I think if they can get to Devin Dampier, this game is going to be an absolute slugfest, just how UCLA likes to play. If you look at last year, tons of unders, close games where maybe they came up short. I don't think they're going to come up short with this one. As you guys know, Nico transferred from Tennessee, and I think he's going to get this Bruins offense opened up. They're going to get the running game going, and I think that's going to give him a lot more time to get the ball downfield. UCLA is going to have the home edge here in the Rose Bowl. Yes, I know the Utes travel well, but I think the Bruins fan base is going to be hyped for this one. Give me the better quarterback here against a pretty solid coach in Kyle Whittingham, but I'm going to take the points. I think UCLA is absolutely live here at home. Guys, if you're loving the college football edition of Bet On It, please give us that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button so you never miss another second of the action. Marco D'Angelo with his specialty segment. Each week, he's going to either tell you the deli's open and we've got a sandwich game, maybe an open face sandwich for week 1, or not to fall into the trap. Marco D'Angelo, 7 days for $77. Use coupon code MD77. Let everybody know what they can get with that and what your specialty game of the week is.
Well, Kelly, with that 7 days for $77, you're going to get every play I release in every sport. Guys, last year I was the number 2 handicapper, football, college and pro combined in money won. So we're ready to get the season off to a big start. And it starts with a 5%. We got a 5% season win total up. That's included in this 7-day package. If you buy that by itself, it's $35. Why do that? You can get 7 days for $77. That's baseball, which we're red hot right now. And yeah, I know this one's going to turn some people off. You even get my WNBA plays. I know people don't like
those are the only ones I've wanted all year, Marco. The WNBA ones have been absolute utter gold.
They have. You know what? You don't have to watch it. I love when people say, well, I'm not watching the WNBA. Here's a public service announcement, Kelly. If you're only betting games because you want to watch them, you're never going to win. You're never going to win long term. Trust me. All right. And we're killing the WNBA. So you'll get everything I've got for 7 days for $77. Now, for the trap or sandwich, yeah, it's the first week. Not many sandwich situations because we had just a few games last week, and some of the sandwich possibilities, I don't want to get the deli closed in the first week of the season by the health department. So we're going with the trap. And why I think this is a trap, at the beginning of the season, Kelly, I like to listen to the chatter, listen to the noise. Where's the teams that everybody's talking about? Is everybody, tell me anybody that's not in love with the Baylor Bears this year, okay? They had that great finish last season. Everybody, they're bringing back almost the entire team. Everybody's hyped up on them in the Big 12. Well, you know what? Yeah, winning 6 of the last 7 games last year will do that. But I'm looking at this Auburn team. Yes, they're coming off a 5-7 disappointing season last year. It was Hugh Freeze's second season. what I just say in the earlier video. Year 3 is where you see the biggest jump from a new coach. They brought in a new quarterback. He transferred in from Oklahoma. Jackson Arnold is going to be surrounded by a lot of skilled players. Is Auburn, as you know, SEC teams can get who they want through the portal. The reason, so with all the hype from Baylor from last year, for Auburn being a disappointment the last couple seasons, tell me this: why is this line 2.5 Auburn favored over Baylor? And we haven't seen any movement. The line's been pretty solid, and I don't know anybody that doesn't like Baylor. You know why? Because it's still SEC versus Big 12. I think Auburn's going to dominate the line of scrimmage in this one. They've got that big O line to protect the Oklahoma transfer. I look for them to be able to move the football against this Baylor defense. I'm not drinking the Baylor Kool-Aid, not this week. We're going with Auburn, the Blue Bloods, SEC over Big 12 in a game where basically I just got to pick the winner.
Trap game of the week. That one's terrifying. I opted to stay out. I too leaned Baylor earlier over the summer, and now I think you're right. Marco might be just a little too, well, we'll just go ahead and say it, public. All right, guys, it's time to get into those best bets. Then we'll recap the show and get the heck out of here. Get ready for NFL Week 1. Marco, I'm going to let you go first here for your best bet. You already mentioned Marco D'Angelo, MD77, gets you 7 days for $77. Tell me why you like Georgia Southern -2 this week.
Well, they're playing Fresno State, and the only good thing I can say about Fresno State right now is they got a game under their belt. But boy, if you watch that game, it was ugly. They lost 31-7 last week at Kansas, and to be honest, it could have been a lot worse. Fresno State had just 37 yards rushing on 29 carries. Kurt Warner's kid, E.J. Warner, well, he had a rough day. 18 of 29, not a bad completion percentage. He only had 179 yards, so a lot of dink and dunks. No TD passes, 2 interceptions. You know what? You're looking at this Fresno State team. You got a new head coach, new quarterback, new offensive scheme. That is a recipe for disaster, or I should say a lot of growing pains early on. Yeah, you've got that game under your belt, but really what came out of that one? Now we look at a Georgia Southern team that's coming off an 8-5 season last year, 6-2 in the Sun Belt Conference. Clay Helton returns for his 4th year, providing that continuity at Georgia Southern. Quarterback J.C. French leads the offense after throwing for over 2,800 yards last year and 17 TDs. Even with that game under their belt, I believe Georgia Southern's going to hit the ground running. They got all the pieces in place. They know what to do. They don't turn the football over. Going against a Fresno State team that's in the middle of a rebuild, I'm not going to do it. We've seen the sharp money come in on Georgia Southern early as well, and I agree with it. I'm on Georgia Southern on Saturday.
All right, guys, all access 30 days. That's right, $100 off with promo code ACE100, WT.buzz/VR. VR, tell everybody what they can get this Saturday, 12 p.m. Eastern, with your Steam Room, WT.buzz/SR830.
Yeah, this Steam Room is going to be wide open for everyone. And I wanted to do it the first Saturday of college football where we have a loaded board. When the regular season starts for NFL, we'll be holding it on Sunday because more importantly, a lot of those player props for NFL that are time sensitive, you're able to bet them live if you're in the Steam Room, coupled with those teasers that we put in about 10 minutes before kickoff. That usually we have a bunch of them, and I'm not going to give out 10 to subscribers, but we're able to go over them in the Steam Room. So tomorrow we'll go all through college football, all the live stuff coming in throughout. We'll have baseball there to answer all your questions and explain how we're going to break down the season. So if you're betting college football tomorrow, make sure you join us 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 p.m. Eastern. Once those 9 a.m. games kick off, we got the rest of the day. We'll be in there for probably, 90 minutes and see if we can make some money on Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, really excited about the steam room for tomorrow.
Yeah. So Saturday, right after last call, you guys will be able to catch VR.
Yep.
He's going to be on there with me and Ross Benjamin. Maybe I'll find one more other college football handicapper to fill in that spot. VR, tell me why your best bet this week is the California Bears.
Yeah, I absolutely love Cal in this spot. I don't think Oregon State has any business being favored. In fact, I made Cal about a 5.5 point favorite on a neutral field, and I don't really see the real strong home field advantage for Oregon State. Weather's going to be fine. I just don't see how they should even be favored in this matchup. It's all because of the new quarterback for Cal just being unproven. But when you're taking a redshirt freshman, a true freshman, forgive me, and you're giving him the start over an Ohio State transfer that you got from the portal, it tells you something. The last time they did this, it was with Goff. Like, they've never started this young of a quarterback. So I like what they have there. Obviously, a ton of potential, no credentials yet, but it's a telling sign when they're sitting the kid from Ohio State. I also like that they have a new offensive coordinator that's going to bring a more pro-style offense, which is exactly what they need to do based on having the skill position players that Cal has. You got to run that style of offense. I think they're going to be successful there with this quarterback. And I think there's an offensive line that's going to be able to protect as well. I don't think that Oregon State's going to be able to bring the kind of pressure up front that's going to put this team in third and longs, where you're going to have this, true freshman have to make game-winning decisions in long down situations. I don't think they're going to put him into a lot of spots like that where he could make game-changing mistakes. I just don't see Oregon State's defense being able to do that. And on the defensive side of the ball, I like Cal's defense. You got the second-year coordinator for Oregon State. I don't think they're going to really improve much off of last year. I just think that, again, based on my power ratings, I like Cal. Based on the matchup, I like Cal. Last year, Cal destroyed them. I thought there'd be some bias from that. We're not seeing that in the betting line. I also, another matchup where I'm starting to see heavier public money opposite me, which, not a bad thing to see. It's a late game. Don't forget, kind of like your bailout. So you may want to wait, may even get a better number on Cal. We're not going to be able to get 3, but probably get 2. There's even some 2s already out there. So take Cal, and that's my best bet for Saturday.
Cal was very good to me last year. I hope they start off the season good to you, VR. All right, for my best bet, we're going to a neutral site game in Atlanta, Georgia, Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Virginia Tech taking on South Carolina. Hey, look, I get it. South Carolina's coming off a really solid season, 9 wins. They've got 12 starters back, and of course, including Heisman hopeful quarterback Lenora Sellers. But they lost their top running back, a stud wide receiver, and their top 5 defensive players. Look, we're going to see what Virginia Tech's got. Last year, 6-7. They lost outright at Vandy as a huge favorite, but they returned 12 starters, including their quarterback, Kyron Drones. Since 2004, Virginia Tech not great against the SEC, just 2-8 straight up. Getting more than a touchdown here and a game outside of Columbia, I got to take the Hokies here plus 7.5. They are going to make my underdog parlay as well as UCLA. We're still looking for that elusive third leg, but the parlay will be out on Friday for everybody asking about that one. All right, guys, that was Bet On It. I hope you guys enjoyed the new show. The quicker formats, maybe. The music is back. Everybody should be happy. We're going to put up that recap graphic so you guys can see all of our plays. We love you guys. Jump in the comments. Let us know what you like. Let us know what you don't like. Feel free to tell us any changes you would like to see made here on the show. We're going to be back next week. College football week 2, NFL week 1. And of course, if you guys missed our college football preview, you can check it out right here. And also, if you're getting ready for NFL, you do not want to miss it. We go over every single NFL team on our NFL betting preview episode of Bet on It. Until next week, let's bet on it.
College football week 0 right in front of us. Texas playing Ohio State, Alabama playing Florida State, LSU at Clemson, Auburn against Baylor, and Notre Dame on the road in Miami. We're going to take apart all 5 of those big football games, tell you exactly how to make money on each and every one of them. I'm Lawrence Presman. You're watching the best betting show ever. Joe Ranieri, my co-host, and the great, the wonderful, the sexy Art DeCesar from Westgate joining us every time, every day. Guys, this is a fun show. It's right here, man. It is right here. Joe Ranieri, college football is days away. Are you excited, nervous? Is there anxiety? How you feel about this?
No, I've already had the press. So, yes, I am very excited and I am ready to roll because there is nothing better than this time of year right now. College football rolling into college basketball and the March Madness. I'm all about it.
Art DeCesar, always full of information. He works at the Westgate. He's here to tell us where all the money is going, as well as, of course, give us his thoughts. Art, hope springs eternal this time of year. Everybody stepping up to the counter expects to win. Most will not. Is there a different vibe in the sports book?
Well, when football's back, Prez, this is our time of year. This is what we live for in a risk room. We live for as bookmakers. We live for as sports fans. So having college football back, and then, a week or so later, we're going to have the NFL back. This is the best time of the year.
Well, there we go. Guys, if you like what you're hearing, hit the like button. Take a second out of your day to subscribe to our channel. This show, the best betting show ever, will be on every single day starting Monday, September 1st. It will feature myself, Art DeCesar, and Joe Ranieri, and it will be packed full of betting information. But let's get into today's show. This is the CFB preview show for week 0. Joe Ranieri, we're going to start with you first. Texas on the road. I mean, you want to talk about a massive football game. -2.5 against Ohio State. Playoff implications all over the place here. We got Arch Manning finally getting the keys to the car. He's playing an OSU defense that is loaded, and I mean loaded with blue chip speed. They've got a new quarterback. They got a freak of a wide receiver. I mean, I cannot tell you offhand when the last time Ohio State was at home as a dog, but here they are. It might be the Arch Manning factor. This game is at noon. It's on Fox. Joe Ranieri, how should we bet it?
Well, I think it's going to be a great look into the next era here at Texas with Mr. Arch Manning. But again, I'll go back to it. Why are we waiting this long to see him at this point? Was he not better than Quinn Ewers? Well, we're going to find out rather quickly. One of the toughest places to go play is at the Shoe in Columbus and Ohio State. And Ohio State's defense, by the way, only returning 3 starters from last year's national championship team. Also, Jim Knowles, one of my favorite DCs. Well, he's gone. He's at Penn State now. So they got a lot of turnover on the defensive side of the ball. Plus, they got a new quarterback in Julian Sayin, who just beat that competition out. A lot of newness here for Ohio State. Not so much for Texas here. When you have new quarterbacks, new situation, prime time like this, mistakes happen. I think Ohio State might be more prone to make those mistakes in this game, which could very well give Texas a huge opening day win here. And even though it's the toughest place to play, Prez, kind of hard for me not to look at Texas with the experience coming back for them to get it done.
Yeah, Art, listen, as a sports book operator over at the Westgate, this has to be one of the most bet games of the week. And not only that, I'd be surprised if there's 20 games more bet all year. This is as sexy as it gets. Joe likes Texas -2.5. I probably prefer them on the money line if I'm going to go here, especially given that Texas is on the road. The total in this game is 48, and I expect a low-scoring game. How are you handicapping this, and what type of action is the Westgate seeing on this game?
It will see tremendous handle. Now it gets hurt a little bit because it's 9 a.m. Vegas time. This was a night game, forget about it. This would get NFL playoff numbers. But obviously, with it being early in the day, the matchup 1 versus 3, 2 name brands, still going to get tremendous handle. Prez, you mentioned that total. We opened that total 50.5, so bettors have already driven that price down 2.5 points. We've seen back and forth action on both sides. This is going to be a very split action game. Unless we get some group that comes in late and takes one of the sides, we'll be pretty good set up on either side because of the good two-way action.
Right.
We'll need the over because of all the early under money as we speak.
Well, let's talk about that real quick, Art. We've crossed a bunch of interesting numbers in that total. So we've crossed 50 and we've crossed 49. If it gets bet down, we're going to cross 48. That sets up a hell of a middle. Are you expecting that at all?
It could happen. We've been at 48 now for a couple of days, and we obviously got a little bit more time before this game goes off. I think you will see, Prez, like you said, if it goes down another half a point, even a full point, there's going to be plenty of middle opportunities for people. They will take both sides. They will live with that. But you also got to remember, even if the public comes in and bets this total, they're going to bet it over because that's what they do. So eventually they're going to find a way to bet this number regardless of what it is. Over the public.
Art Caesar from the Westgate, Joe Ranieri from Sports Grid. I'm from WagerTalk. This is the best betting show ever. Hit that like button. Make sure to watch this show every single day. It starts in full Monday, September 1st. Joe likes Texas -2.5. The Westgate needs the over, in this game, as a lot of money has been bet on the under. That has gone down already, 50.5 to 48. Okay, boys, Alabama, the big, mean, mighty Alabama, not so big, mean, and mighty anymore, but that was expected. With that said, a double-digit road dog to start it up. They're in Florida State. This Florida State team is a mess. It is -13.5 for the road Crimson Tide. And Bama rolls into this game with a newly named starter, Ty Simpson, and a Dubois Grubb offense. It's going to be interesting to see Alabama's new look. As far as Florida State, this team can't get out of their own way. I think the line might be too big. This is probably a stay away game for me. I still haven't fully handicapped it, Joe. You think the number 8 Alabama can wallop this Florida State team? Is there a value here at -13.5?
Tough to look at Florida State and expect a whole lot of good things coming out from them here. All indications are, and everything that I'm hearing out of Tallahassee is it's not good, but the stakes are pretty high for both. And listen, there's a lot of turnover at Alabama as well. So you mentioned it, Prez. We've got a situation in which we got a new quarterback here on both sides of the equation here. Everything preseason, I'm seeing you got Florida State somewhere around 65th to 70 in the country, and that's with teams like Northwestern and Arizona and those types of teams there. This is not a team, even at Tallahassee, which is not exactly the home field advantage it used to be. Very hard for me to see Florida State even putting up a good game, maybe early. It feels like Bama, too much depth, too much speed. I'm expecting Alabama to run away with this one. I would also be very interested in what Art has to say about the total in this one, because I got to tell you, I don't know how many points we're getting from Florida State here.
Yeah, Art, talk quickly about the total and also this -13.5 spread. And I'm curious as well, in these type of situations where you have a team with a historically successful brand in Florida State, and they're at home to start the season. And as we spoke about, hope springs eternal. Is there a first quarter bet here on a team like Florida State?
There could be, Prez. And listen, first quarter stuff for us will be up usually day before game or day of game. But when you look at it for us, we opened 13, went to 13.5, and we just moved with the market. Joe, you mentioned the total 50.5. We haven't budged off that. We really haven't seen support on either side. The thing with Alabama that we know, they will be in a group of, let's say, 4 or 6 teams that will be in all money line parlays. When you're in the 10 to 14 point range, people just load up those teams on money line parlays, 6, 8, 10 teamers. So we'll be rooting for FSU outright. Really nothing on the side yet that would make or break a day, but we know because of Alabama being in that like kind of short field of, just teams that people are going to put in money line parlays, even if they have to lay $9, $10, $11, people are going to do it with Alabama because they see it as like a free square on a bingo card. So, I mean, I think I would lay Alabama, but I wouldn't feel great about it.
Yeah. Joe, how exciting. Listen, we get to listen to Art tell us where all the money is every single freaking day, except Mondays, Art. You are taking Mondays off. So you will be on this show Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and your information is going to be gold. It's really one of the reasons that Joe and I decided to call this the best betting show ever because, well, it is, and we haven't even started. LSU, my friend, +4 against Clemson. I mean, can you believe these matchups? I mean, this is a Death Valley heavyweight battle. Clemson's rolling back their quarterback. Klubnik's coming back. He orchestrates a veteran attack against an LSU team that has completely retooled their back seven, which should be interesting. And I think with Cade's aerial attack, we'll find out very quick what this LSU defense is like. Road team +4, total here 57.5. There is so much pressure on Clemson coming into the season, Joe. They are looking to win it all. It's sort of national championship or bust. That's got to weigh heavy going into week 1 or week 0, first game of the season. Is there value here on the road dog?
So we talked about this, Prez, in our preview show here. One of my best bets of the futures market was Clemson not only to win the ACC, but Clemson to win the national championship. I mean, all the pieces are there. Cade Klubnik, absolutely in the conversation for a potential Heisman watch. They've got everything about this Clemson team is exactly the kind of makeup of this team that they won national championships with just a couple years ago. This team, don't forget, this team was not even remotely close to as good on paper as they are this year, last year, and yet they were 1 or 2 plays away from taking down Texas and giving themselves as an opportunity to win a national championship. I think they get over that hump. I think another year under Garrett Riley's offense, I think Cade Klubnik is going to be in a conversation as one of the best quarterbacks in the country all year long. But defensively was their big issue last year, and they addressed it not only recruiting, but they have had guys in the wings here. I love Clemson's chances here to start off with a big win, and I mean a big win at home in their building. LSU schedule is a nightmare for them. Don't see them winning game 1. I still have hopes for LSU down the road, but I think this is Clemson's time, and a message will be sent here, Prez, that Clemson is back, and yeah, the ACC is battling for a national championship.
Guys, real quick before we go to Art on this, I want to tell everybody that, and this is big news for the WagerTalk family, Joe Ranieri will be a handicapper at WagerTalk. He will be up selling picks by Tuesday. What would be the date of that? I think the 26th of August. Tuesday, 26th of August, Joe Ranieri will be up selling picks at WagerTalk. And that is incredible news because I have a long relationship with that handsome man, and he's incredible at betting. Incredible. Yeah, Joe. You know what,
Yes,
dude?
thank you, Chris. Thank
Joe,
you.
you're still too young, but as a 56-year-old, I'm getting more mushy as life progresses. Art the Caesar, are you taking more bets on the Ohio State game or the Clemson game? And how should we bet the Clemson game and what's going on at the Westgate?
Well, it's going to be tight, but I mean, obviously, Texas Ohio State will carry the day. Sharp money on Clemson. We opened 3. We're now 4. I could see that even going a little bit higher. Total was 56.5. It's gone to 57. That is just a market move, nothing that we moved off of a bet or anything like that. But that Clemson 3 is sharp. And Joe, you said it as we talked in our previous show. I think we all feel Clemson's going to have a big year, and it obviously starts in game 1.
Art, let's move on straight to the next game. I'm going to go to you first. Baylor at home. They're +2. They're hosting Auburn. Art, this is a fishy line. I mean, obviously the season hasn't begun, and we truly don't know the makeup of each team. But historically, an Auburn team playing Baylor and they're only giving 2 points, I'm going to stay away from this game. I know it's a big game and an important one, but this is a stay away game for me. I want to see what both these teams are made of before I get to the window on either one. What's going on over at the Westgate, and how do you suggest we bet it?
It's interesting from a betting standpoint and the way we've kind of handled the game, Prez. We opened Auburn 2.5. We saw early support on Baylor. We actually got to Baylor -1 at one point.
Wow.
Now we're back to Auburn -2. So you've seen groups on both sides. They took Baylor early, and then they took Auburn back. So very interesting. This game is completely split down the middle with 2 sharp groups. Total went from 58.5 all the way to 57. So you've seen some sharp under money as well. Not as overwhelming as some other games, but the under money has come in.
Joe, unbelievable that they've moved that much, and now they're back on Auburn. Where are you going here?
Call me crazy here, but I like the home team, man. I think Hugh Freeze is in trouble in Auburn here. I do not trust this Auburn Tiger team. Be one thing if they were home, but, you know, Baylor is sneaky, and Baylor's got a pretty good sneaky coach here, and I think, listen, Auburn would be a monster victory for them on the road. But I don't know that they get it here. I do not trust. I don't think they had a great haul in the transfer portal here. It is still the SEC versus the Big 12. I get it, but this is exactly the kind of games that Dave Aranda, the head coach at Baylor, gets his teams up for and ready to go. A lot of people believe both these guys are on the hot seat before they even play a game. But I'm going to give the edge to Baylor here. I think Baylor shows up, and this could be the upset of the weekend. Even though it's only 2, it would still be an upset to watch the Big 12 upend the SEC to start the season.
No, for sure. Well, I agree with you. Okay, Art, let's go. Notre Dame, -2.5 playing Miami. This is number 6 versus number 10, and another game that I'm sure the Westgate is getting a ton of action on. This is one of those, defensive, Notre Dame's defense versus Miami's, swing at a monster quarterback with Carson Beck coming in from Georgia. This is going to be which side of the ball wins. Is it going to be Notre Dame's defense that holds, or is the Beck-led Canes going to put up some points? The total here is 50. How do we attack a game like this?
Well, let's start with that total, Prez. It was 54, 4-point move to the under. And that was Sharps hitting it at 54. They even hit it again at 52, which has moved us to 50. We had Notre Dame as high as 3. There was some nibble on Miami taking a team, getting 3 points at home. Not necessarily sharp, but they're just taking a football number with a home team at +3. When I look at Notre Dame under a field goal now, I think the best unit on the field is Notre Dame's defense.
Right.
It feels like they're going to go beat Miami. I never trusted Carson Beck. I don't trust the coach. Notre Dame does have question marks at the quarterback position, but I think everywhere else they're solid. I think under a field goal, money line, all that type of stuff. I like Notre Dame in the game.
Joe Ranieri.
Yeah, please. Yeah, don't let friends get Cristobaled in game one of the college football season. Do not, and I repeat, do not put your money behind Mario Cristobal and the U. They will only let you down. Both of these teams, by the way, have new quarterbacks, like you said, Carson Beck. But we also just learned this week, CJ Carr, the grandson of former Michigan head coach Lloyd Carr, is the quarterback of Notre Dame, and he's actually really, really good. Marcus Freeman, one of the better head coaches that nobody talks about in college football here. They are going to be good on the defensive side of the ball, and they're going to be very disciplined on the offensive side of the ball. Listen, this has got disaster written all over it for Carson Beck. He makes too many mistakes, made too many mistakes at Georgia. He's going to make too many mistakes here with Cristobal as his head coach. I think Notre Dame is just going to take the air out of the ball. I think they're going to run, and run again. I think it's going to be lower scoring, so I agree with Art and the market move to the under, but there is no way I am looking right in game one to get my ass handed to me by backing Mario Cristobal. Not happening, Prez. It's all about Notre Dame in game one.
And that is the show. We took apart 5 games. Hopefully you guys will join us on those bets. We're going to make a lot of money. Just again, to let you guys all know, this show is called The Best Betting Show Ever. It features myself, Joe Ranieri, and Art DeCesar. It goes Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It is a daily 45-minute show. We're going to take apart the games of that day, plus do deep dives into the NFL and college football games of that week. We're also going to discuss betting the predictive markets, like tariffs and government stuff, and is Bitcoin going up, is Bitcoin going down, stock markets. We're going to talk about anything out there that can allow us to make money. This is a wealth creation show. That's what this is about. I don't care, Art, if you got a dart bet for us that can create wealth, you give it to us. Wealth creation. That is the name of this game. That is why we are here. That is why you guys have to watch this every day, Monday to Friday. Other than that, boys, I'm excited. I love what we're doing here. We're not going to be doing anything till September 1st. We've got 3 shows currently up. This one, our college football preview show, and our NFL preview show. Art, thanks for doing this. Joe, you too. Other than that, hit that like button, everybody. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you for our first show, our first daily show ever, Monday, September 1st.
There we go. Okay. Welcome in to the opening line report. Kelly Stewart here on this beautiful Monday morning. We still have a little bit of time before the NFL kicks off, but Teddy Covers, as always, is going to bring us a look into what we need to be betting here early in the week. Teddy, let's talk some divisions today. I'm very excited to go over this entire breakdown. As I mentioned, we still have a little bit of time before the NFL starts. I think Thursday, so a little less than 10 days. But I want to know who you're betting for each and every division. I want to hear your breakdowns. I want to hear some long shots. I've got my list ready to go. So I hope all of you hanging out with us there at home live on all the various WagerTalk channels and, of course, your social media outlets. Teddy, let's get right into it. Let's talk AFC East.
Sure. And so first of all, Kel, I focus on win totals. Part 2 of my NFL season win total report will come out on Wednesday. If you haven't gotten the report already, it's still available. And frankly, the lines are still available. There are years where the stuff that I put out, the markets move. This year has not been one of those years. I think get everything within 10 or 15 cents of where I put it out. So there's 5 plays released already, including a big ticket. I will be adding to that report this Wednesday. So if you want to get on board with the season win report, again, 103 and 52 lifetime, 17 and 4 lifetime with the big tickets. We won again last year. Check it out on my homepage, wt.buzz/TC, or just visit wagertalk.com. So we've kind of done the win total stuff. We talked about that over the summer. We went through, we were doing 2 divisions a week. and we went through win totals. So for today, we're going to talk about divisions and division odds. And there's lots of divisions where I'm not betting anything. I wouldn't think about betting anything. That being said, this is an opportunity for us to do a little preview now. We'll talk 4 teams at a time, go through all 8 divisions, and then next Monday, it'll be a more traditional opening line report, the one that we have every week. We'll break down all the games for week 1 and talk about where the markets are moving. So today's show, we should have time at the end to answer questions. If you got questions, throw them in the chat. And obviously, if you're watching this on replay, you know what I do. I get in the comments every week, a couple of times. So feel free to ask questions below. We appreciate those comments. And of course, the likes very, very much.
Yeah, comments are already populating over here. Thanks, Tyrone. I appreciate it. I got very lucky to cash that under in Dublin. All jokes aside, Teddy, let's get into this AFC. So you mentioned some of these divisions you won't be touching at all. I feel like this has to be one of them. This is the Bills or bust. And minus 330 there. It looks like our producer's using DraftKings odds this morning. That's steep.
If you shop around, you're not going to find much better than that. The Bills are 3-1 favorites against everybody, everywhere. And there are spots where they're even higher than that. When we look at, and the recent division history, 2020, the Bills go 13-3 to win the division. 2021, 11-6 and win the division. 2022, 13-3 and win the division. 2023, 11-6 and win the division. 2024, 13-4 and win the division. And again, before that, the Patriots won 11 years in a row, 14 out of 15 or 16 out of 17, whatever it was. So it's not been a division where there's been a lot of ups and downs. There's been one dominant team, and Buffalo is clearly the dominant team. And we look at the strength of schedule for the Bills this year. The AFC East teams face AFC North and NFC South opponents. The NFC South, in my opinion, is by far the weakest division in football. The 3 extra games for Buffalo. And again, the 3 extra games matter a lot when we talk about divisions. I'm going to talk about them team after team. But KC, Houston, and Philly, which is certainly tough compared to what we're looking at for the rest of the teams. For Miami, you got the Chargers, the Commanders, and the Colts. For New England, and New England's a team that's gotten a lot of hype this offseason, maybe more than they deserved. But they have one of the easiest schedules in the league based on this year's win totals. Their 3 extra games, the Raiders, the Titans, the Giants. So that's at least some of the love for New England. And of course, the Jets. The Jets are really an interesting story. They went 5-12 last year, 7-10 the year before. They're lined as a bottom feeder again this year. But each of the last 2 years, they've been lined as a playoff caliber or playoff contending team. Obviously, the offense hasn't worked all that well in the preseason. But we look at their 3 extra games, Dallas, Denver, Jacksonville. That's for a last place team. All 3 of those teams, I don't know how good Dallas is going to be. We'll talk about them, but Jacksonville should be better. And Denver could be elite this year. We'll talk about the Broncos later on in this preview as well. So from a scheduling standpoint, Buffalo has it tougher. But from a talent standpoint, look, the Bills are Super Bowl contenders. They're Super Bowl worthy. Barring injury debacle, Buffalo should be in the mix in January. If I'm going to take a long shot, look, I think the markets are a little bit higher on New England than I am coming into the season. I understand that the Patriots are better than they've been. But this team, for getting it back to 500 for New England, is a positive sign. And now 500 ain't winning this division. So if you ask me which of the 2 teams has more, which of the other teams has more upside from a plus price perspective, if I'm taking a shot at anyone against Buffalo, I'll look at the Dolphins or the Jets in this division. And I'm not really ready to look at either one. I think the Bills are deserving favorites. And of all the 8 divisions, Buffalo is the single biggest favorite amongst the 8 divisions. Deservedly so. Bills have the right schedule, and that team is absolutely loaded. There's no reason to think that Buffalo won't be competing for home field advantage and the number 1 seed in the AFC when January rolls around.
All right, let's move along to the AFC North. Take a peek at their odds here, because I think the team that is going to give Buffalo a run for their money, of course, is those Baltimore Ravens, but they're not near as big of a favorite here, Teddy. minus 170 to win the AFC North. Bengals right behind them, plus 290. Before we hopped on the show this morning, I was telling Brett, I said, man, Joe Burrow and the Bengals getting a lot of love. I'm not so sure I'm buying the hype. Pittsburgh Steelers and Aaron Rodgers plus 475. And then, boy, oh boy, the Cleveland Browns getting lots of publicity, but for not the right reasons. 40 to 1. These odds are minus 170, plus 290, plus 475, 40 to 1. Like, that is just incredibly awful. Break down the AFC North for me, Teddy.
I'll book it at 41 to 1 if you want. Not to say that. So when we talk about the AFC East, there's one dominant team and three clearly lesser teams. In the AFC North, yeah, Baltimore is really good from a personnel standpoint, from a power rating standpoint. I mean, the Ravens are certainly within a point of the Bills, as we see looking at the opening weekend's lines. That these two teams are power rated in a very comparable range. But when we talk about the rest of the division, Pittsburgh's all right. Cincinnati's all right. So at least two of the other three teams in the AFC North have the potential to make noise this season, whereas the markets are saying in the AFC East, perhaps not so much. So that's why you're seeing the price for Buffalo to win the division much higher than the price for Baltimore to win the division, even though, again, power rating wise, the teams are fairly comparable. And if you're saying who's most likely to get past the Chiefs in the AFC, those two teams would be 1 and 2, Buffalo and Baltimore, although there's some other interesting choices that could come alive this year. But certainly when we're talking about going into the season, it's Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore. Not necessarily in that order, right there, grouped together. So when we look at the schedule, and again, I'm talking about the 3 extra games for these squad, that matters. 3 extra games for Baltimore. They got KC, Houston, and the Rams. And frankly, all 3 of those teams were first-place teams last year. I think all 3 of them are a little bit weaker. Potentially, I don't know. Texans might be all right. We'll talk about Houston in a few minutes. So we compare that, let's say, to what we're seeing for the Bengals. And the Bengals, 3 extra games, Jacksonville, Denver, Arizona. I happen to like all 3 of those squads. And, Cincinnati, you talked about the concern. Joe Burrow is as good a quarterback as there is in the league. And his receiving core is elite. The running game looks like the offensive line is fine. The running game is fine. There's certainly an offense in Cincinnati that's going to create some headlines this year. The question is whether they can stop anyone, and in the preseason, they didn't answer that question particularly well. They were playing a lot of vanilla coverages, a lot of soft coverages. We'll see what it looks like in September as opposed to August. I'm not willing to write off Cincinnati just because they looked as poorly as they did defensively in the preseason. But certainly the Bengals on that side of the football have a lot more questions than Baltimore does coming into the campaign. Then you look at Cleveland. I mean, what are you going to do with Cleveland? It's Joe Flacco is an interesting choice. All right. Flacco's obviously no future with Flacco. There's one benefit to Joe Flacco, but it's a detriment as well. Joe Flacco will take shots. He chucks it up and lets his receivers make plays. And when you have a receiving core that's making plays, Joe Flacco can get you to the playoffs. When you have a receiving core that's getting beaten in one-on-one coverage and the opposing defensive backs are making plays, all of a sudden Joe Flacco, after a month, will have a 3 touchdown to 11 interception ratio. The Bengals will be 0, or the Browns will be 0-4, and we'll be talking about who the next coach is going to be, and B, who Stefanski's going to run the rest of the season with behind center. But by the way, the 3 extra games for Cleveland, the Raiders, the Niners, the Titans, again, all of whom are supposed to be better this year than they were last year. And then there's Pittsburgh, who every year we talk about how this is going to be the year that Tomlin goes under 500, and then Tomlin finds a way to get them in the mix. Their 3 extras, the Chargers, the Colts, and the Seahawks, not the toughest of tough. And they've got the Jets, the Pats, the Browns, the first 5 games of the season. They got Seattle at home and Minnie in London. Don't be surprised if Pittsburgh is the team that gets off to the hottest start in this division. And that could, again, when we talk about as the season progresses, A hot start from Pittsburgh could offer value on Baltimore to win the division a month or 6 weeks into the season.
All right, let's move along to, well, one of the least lackluster divisions. Both South divisions are just awful, but we'll talk about the AFC South here first because they're not as bad, Teddy. Here's kind of the real thing I've been looking at. Do we see certain teams take a step forward, or do we see certain teams take a step back? I'd like to think, with one of the better coaches in Shane Steichen, the Indianapolis Colts take a step forward. We can get the odds on the screen here. I will break that down for you. I'm sorry. We're going AFC South. This says NFC South. Don't mind those odds on the bottom. The perks of doing a live show. But we've got the Colts and we've got the Texans. And those are the only two teams I think have the opportunity to win the AFC South. Teddy, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, just AFC South. I'm seeing the Texans basically even money. The Jaguars and the Colts in the plus $3, plus 350 range in Tennessee. A long shot, 7 or 8 to 1, depending on where you price it. Of course, for all of these division odds, there's variance from book to book. You're not seeing anyone painted any number. Each book is going to take their own action. They're going to set their own numbers on this particular marketplace. So it's worth shopping around. It's worth shopping around, and you say, oh, an extra 10 cents, an extra 20 cents, especially when you're talking about locking up your money all season for the division winner. Take advantage of the best offer available. Not, that's where I have my money in now. And this time of the year, again, this is when the books are offering all the bonuses, et cetera, et cetera. It's a great time to open new accounts. And my advice to everyone out there, any book that's legal in your state should be open and funded. All right? Period. Any book, all books that are legal in your state. And that gives you variance. And it gives you free variance. You're not buying half points. You're not buying stuff. So that's my opinion. All I can do is offer you my advice in that regard. But certainly, it's not an elite division. We got this. So Houston is a team. I like Houston. I'll just put it plain and simple. There were a lot of concerns about their offensive line this offseason. No one could understand what they were doing on the offensive line. Michael Ryan had a plan, and the offensive line, at least on paper and from what I've seen, looks just fine for the Texans. Maybe even good. So there's potential for Houston up front. And defensively, this team's elite. Obviously, they've been there in recent years. They have a quarterback who we like in Stroud. If I'm making a bet here, it'd be the Texans. And I'm a Texans believer. I'll put it that maybe Texans to win the division at even money is something that, again, it's not a great bet, but it's something worth considering. There are 3 extra games: Tampa, Baltimore, Buffalo. Ouch. That's just tough. And that certainly affects me when it comes to Houston's season win total. But I'm going to pull you back in here, Kelly, for a minute, because you said something very interesting. And I wasn't sure if you were just, it was one of those things where you're just trying to introduce a game. What on earth makes you think that Shane Steichen has any idea what he's doing? You called him a good coach, a great coach. You said something that positive about Shane Steichen, and I'm very curious about that.
So I'm a Shane Steichen believer. I think that what we've seen from him as a coordinator might not necessarily be translating as a head coach. And I will also say I was very high on Anthony Richardson coming out of the University of Florida and getting hurt in that first game. And, well, let's just be honest, he's never really recovered. Now, we're going to see what Daniel Jones is made of. I think it's going to be really interesting. I do think that Houston probably will win this division. I think Houston's a better team on paper. I think that they probably are more well-rounded. But I do think that if the Colts can get the running game going this year, instead of just hobbling around on one-legged quarterbacks and injured running backs, then maybe, just maybe, they can improve this season. Again, it's not a tough division. I'm not high on the Jags. And as you mentioned, the poor Titans they've got a long road ahead.
Sure, they do. So that's a reasonable case. Shane Steichen's got to show me something.
That's fair.
Indy's got to show me something. I've seen very little to like about this team in recent years, and very little to like about them this preseason. And obviously Jones is now the guy. And if you're talking about winning now, being a 500 team now, Jones is probably the QB that you want. There are 3 extra games: Miami, Pittsburgh, and Atlanta in Berlin. So, I mean, there's upside and downside for Indy. They're not a team that, but if I had to bet one of the two, I'd bet downside before upside. The Jags are a team with some upside. I think the Cohen, and of course, everything fell apart for Jacksonville last year. And they found a way to lose close games week after. They were one play away, a stop away, a first down away, the fourth down conversion away, week after week after week. And that's the kind of thing that you don't necessarily expect to translate one year to the next. Trevor Lawrence is a quarterback who I thought would be better in the NFL, and he hasn't been. And now he's got the offensive coordinator guru as his head coach. He's got weapons. I think the Jags have more receiving weapons they've had at any point in Lawrence's era. We'll see how Travis Hunter plays out in that regard, certainly. The three extra games, Carolina, Cincinnati, and the Jets. Compare that with Houston, and you understand why there's some love for Jacksonville, certainly in the over marketplace. And again, if I'm taking someone that's not Houston to win the division, it would probably be Jacksonville. And Tennessee, I mean, you said it. It's a complete rebuild. It's a rookie quarterback. The Titans are going to go through some growing pains, maybe a lot of growing pains. Their three extra games: New England, Cleveland, and New Orleans. Although the Browns and the Saints, both late season games. If you're playing crappy teams, you'd rather play them early, because they're crappy. By late season, maybe something weird happens. But going into the season, Cleveland and New Orleans are ranked 31 and 32 in my power rating. So that's one advantage, perhaps, for a Tennessee team that still looks pretty rough.
All right, guys, I see some questions populating in the chat. Andy Lang with a funny comment: using a high draft pick on a quarterback with limited experience and bad accuracy. How could anybody have predicted that would go wrong? All jokes aside, Andy Lang will be up next, Wager Talk today. Teddy, before we get into the AFC West, I had a quick question for you because you've mentioned it a couple times about what we've seen in preseason. So I'm a novice sports bettor. I watch preseason. I formulate opinions about teams, players, and so forth. Should I do like the Men in Black thing and just forget all about what we saw in preseason? This is kind of where I tend to think people like to overreact. How about that?
Sure. And the answer is a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B. All right. So you don't want to, so for Cincinnati's defense, for example, all right, looked terrible. They were just playing base coverages. It's a first install of a new defense. Since he wasn't trying to disguise coverages, they weren't blitzing. It wasn't Cincinnati's defense. There's a difference to that versus a team, let's say, like, I don't know, New Orleans, that couldn't do anything. Where everything you thought about the Saints and you watch them on the field, you're like, wow, it's a new head coach and a new quarterback. And they really are going to go through some serious growing pains. What we saw from Tennessee this preseason, where, all right, hey, maybe the Titans didn't. No, it's still tight. So you balance your opinions about the teams with what you're reading about how the coaches are approaching the games, and the answer is, yeah, sort of, maybe. You pay attention to some, but you don't want to overreact. That being said, you don't want to underreact to some stuff either. So it's a crappy answer, Kel. The answer is,
it's the answer I wanted. You should never overreact to too much, right? I say that after throwing an absolute temper tantrum on Saturday, but it is what it is. You got to just let it out, and at whatever capacity that is, and you say, okay, now let's step back and look at actually what we saw and how much of it actually matters, right?
Well, was that you who was brawling with Avery Johnson's dad? I could have sworn I saw it in the video.
Oh boy. I was not criticizing his son. Of all of the criticisms I was throwing around on Saturday, Avery Johnson received 0 ounce of criticism from me. Hopefully we'll be seeing him in the NFL one day, and Teddy and I can be talking about him on this show. All right, guys, we're going to get into the AFC West. As you guys can tell, there's a Broncos. Oh, no, there's not. It's K-State helmet behind me. I don't have to swap that out for the NFL shows. Broncos helmet behind me normally because I grew up as a Broncos fan. And the Broncos were always pretty good, and then they weren't for a long stretch of time. And I'm hoping they're on an uphill swing here, Teddy. Plus 250 to win the AFC West. Chargers right behind plus 350, and the Raiders 22-1. The reason why I didn't mention the Kansas City Chiefs is because they won this division for what feels like a better part of the last decade. And Patrick Mahomes has been great for the Chiefs. Andy Reid has been great for the Chiefs. Didn't matter how many receivers they did or did not have. Somehow this team wins games. They get into the playoffs and they are dominant and found their way back to a Super Bowl again last year. Talk to me about why the Chiefs seem very cheap to win the AFC West.
They're cheap because their division rivals are good. All right. Denver's good. All right. Denver's really good. Denver is like Super Bowl upside good. All right. The Chargers are good. They might be really good. They might have Super Bowl upside type of good. I'm a believer in Denver in particular, but LA as well. And of course, the Chiefs have Super Bowl loser. We played all these extra games for 5 straight years, being elite. And now, there are salary cap concerns for Kansas City. That roster is not as deep as it's been in recent years. They kept their studs, but if they go through a wave of injuries like they've had last year and the year before, both, there could be some concerns for Kansas City. And obviously, schedule-wise, the Chiefs are up against it. But, I like this Broncos team a lot. And again, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a defense. All right. Everyone else, offense. Look at this guy. Look at that guy. Who's playing defense? And Denver's defense, the depth is there. We showed it all preseason how good the depth of that defense is. We've seen Peyton coach winners and develop winners before. There's a lot to like about the Broncos. Their 3 extra games: Cincinnati, Green Bay, and the Jets. If they get the Giants, Jets, Colts, Titans first 7 weeks, they have a chance to get off to a really hot start. Tough closeout, though. KC at Washington, at Vegas, Green Bay, Jacksonville at KC, and the Chargers. So Denver might be a team that gets hot early, comes back to earth late. Or if they're able to beat those teams late, we might be talking about a legitimate big game contender. For the AFC West of the division, they face the AFC North and NFC East. Not the 2 toughest divisions in football. 3 extra games for Kansas City. Baltimore, Detroit, Buffalo. Ouch. And they got the Chargers, Eagles, Ravens, Lions all in the first 6 weeks. Then Washington, Buffalo before the Week 10 bye. Kansas City's up against it schedule-wise. If they decline, they're not as good early. If they're not as hungry, if they're worn down, they could be in a spot by midseason. That being said, Andy Reid's team's gone over the win total every year forever. Literally every year going back to Philadelphia. Andy Reid has been a machine when it comes to win totals. The Raiders have certainly upped their talent. I think their floor is much higher than it's been. Their ceiling isn't that high, but I don't think the Raiders are bottom feeders this year. They face 3 extras: New England, Chicago, Cleveland. And talk about winnable home games, Tennessee, Jacksonville, Dallas, Cleveland, the Giants. There hasn't been much of a home field edge for the Raiders. They're only 2-6 at home last year. Their opponents always fill up the stadium as much as the Raiders do. But they do have a fair few winnable home games. And, Harbaugh's another guy who has been proven that we want our money on this coach, not against him. I like the physical style for the Chargers. I do worry about some of the injuries they suffered in August. Their 3 extras: Miami, Minnesota, Pittsburgh. Pretty tough, but not unreasonable. And a really tough closeout for LA. Philly, at Kansas City, at Dallas, Houston, and Denver in their last 5 games. But all their toughest opponents come at home, and they have a fairly easy start to the season. The Chargers might be a team we're talking about a lot at the midway point, and the Chargers and Broncos. Again, if I'm making one bet here, it'd be Denver to win the division. The price is right, but betting against Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes has not been exactly a winning proposition.
No, it is not, Teddy. It has not been fun, except for that Eagles Super Bowl. That was kind of fun. All right, let's get into the NFC. We're going to start off with the NFC East. If you guys have a question for Teddy, please drop it in the chat, and we will get to your NFC questions. If you missed the AFC, you're going to have to drop it in there, and he's going to respond to you guys later. The NFC East is going to be very interesting, Teddy. We've got the Philadelphia Eagles, short favorite, -140. Using DraftKings odds, of course, always shop around. The Commanders, +220. Cowboys, +650. Giants, 18-1. Teddy, a lot of people think the Eagles are going to make another Super Bowl run this year. But before they're going to do that, I think they've got to do pretty well here in the NFC East.
Sure. Let's start with Dallas. I got these in alphabetical order. So I mean, Dallas, we have a new head coach. We have your typical offseason turmoil. You have a team that's still missing their best defensive player. You have an offensive line that's not as good as it was. You have an aging quarterback coming off injury. Yeah, I got my concerns about the Cowboys. They're not, and look, there's a potential for upside for Dallas, but I'm not buying it. 3 extra games for Dallas: Carolina, Arizona, and the Jets. Fairly easy in that regard. That being said, that's a show me team. The Giants showed so the Giants are a team we want to tap the brakes on for what they did in the preseason. Look great in the preseason. Of course, going to look great in the preseason. You have a rookie quarterback who played well against second and third string defenses in Jackson Dart, and then you have veterans behind him, and Jameis Winston and Tommy DeVito, and bang, you're putting up 30 plus every game, which is nice in August. In September, it's one quarterback, and you're not playing against third and fourth string defenders, and things change in a hurry. And of course, based on this year's win total, the Giants have the single toughest schedule in the league. 3 extra games: New Orleans, San Fran, New England. 2 of those 3 are supposed to be much better this year. NFC East teams face AFC West and NFC North, which are both, in my opinion, elite divisions. AFC West, NFC North could be the 2 best divisions in football, and that's who the AFC East teams face. So not going to be easy for the G-men to turn their long-term failures into success this year, schedule-wise. Philadelphia, I mean, certainly on paper, the Eagles look as close to being as good as they were last year. Last year, they stayed healthy. All their key guys stayed healthy, especially down the stretch. They have one of the toughest schedules in the league because, the Rams, the Bills, the Bucks are their 3 extras. As for Washington, and the Commanders are really an interesting team. Last year, they faced the weakest schedule in the league. Jaden Daniels is a stud, all right? And when you have a stud, and they made all win-now moves, and you have a veteran head coach in Dan Quinn, who's certainly shown that he can get his teams to overachieve. But there's a lot to like. Washington's one of those teams that you're finding really different opinions on. As you talk to different people, there are people that really like the Commanders. The betting markets haven't, and it's a lot to do with last year's schedule versus this year's schedule, the 3 extra games: Atlanta, Seattle, and Miami. And, of course, depth, something of concern for the Commanders. They made a ton of win-now moves, bringing in a lot of veterans. Veterans sometimes get banged up early, and that can be a problem for a team with high expectations. But, Washington, I've heard people tell me they're a Super Bowl contender. I've heard people tell me they're a last-place team. I've got an opinion on the Commanders. They're in part 1 of my season win total report that's already out.
Teddy, if people are just joining us, can you let them know what to expect from that season win total? Win total report, Obviously, you've been doing it for a very, very long time and had a ton of success in doing so.
So I started as a lark, 2001. I'm like, yeah, let's go. I was betting them, and I'm like, well, let's just release them. Let's see what happens. And I put out 6 plays, and I went 6-0. All right.
Not a bad start.
Yeah, bingo. And that's really, that's how I started. In 2002, I started taking it seriously and I spent the whole off season, and I've been putting out reports every year since. So this is reports been coming out since 2001. So you get the opinions, you get my bets, stuff that I've made. I talk about how to bet it, where to shop around to find the best of the number, what other alternative bets you might want to make in terms of winning divisions or making playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, and then I give a ton of analysis on the teams, their schedules, their pros and cons, and that analysis is what people can use all year long. That's part, at least part of the added value of the win report. That's why all you guys at WagerTalk always want to look at it, because it's not necessarily the picks; it's all the info that's in there.
Absolutely.
There's a ton of info. I spend, I spend all summer with it. Part 2 comes out on Wednesday. So, and again, it's not going to be deep. We're talking about a play, maybe 2. But part 2 of the report comes out on Wednesday. If you haven't gotten on board, now's the chance to do it. Visit my page, www.buzz.com/TC. I also want to talk about the special we got on right now, the All Access, because this is the best deal you're going to get. If you want to partner, I understand. Buying picks is not for everyone. I get it. If you want to partner up this football season, right now on my page at WagerTalk, every play, every day, in every sport through December 31st, that's all the rest of MLB season through the World Series. That's all the college football regular season into the bowl season. That's the NFL regular season. That's the start of NBA. Number one at NBA at WagerTalk since 2022. I love the NBA. It's the start of the college hoop season. All of that, including all 5% big tickets. Number one all time at WagerTalk and NFL 5% big tickets. 6-0, 100% in college football big tickets in 2023. It's been good with the biggest plays. You get every play every day in every sport. $777. It's the best deal you're going to get. It's like half price. Check it out on my page, wt.buzz/TC, or just use the website, WagerTalk.com.
All right, Teddy, let's get into my favorite division in all of football. That is the NFC North. I know a lot of people are like, why? And it's just because it has just been one of those divisions I've always followed. I have a lot of family from Chicago. Obviously, our Wager Talk family is from Detroit. I used to do a show in Minneapolis. And of course, now I'm dating a Packers fan. So this division just somehow gravitated towards me. And now I love to watch all of these games. This is the tightest so far, at least as we've seen, as far as the odds go. The Detroit Lions plus 160, the Green Bay Packers plus 225, the Minnesota Vikings plus 320. And our producer for today, at least, JH, is Chicago Bears plus 550. Teddy, who is winning the NFC North? I've got my money on the Minnesota Vikings.
So this is a fascinating division, and you can make a case that it's the toughest division in football, flat out. You know, there ain't no weaklings here. The Bears will be better than they've been. And Minnesota, Green Bay, Detroit, they've all got Super Bowl upside. You know, every one of them, no question in my mind. So, you know, and when you have that type of upside, I don't know the Bears have Super Bowl upside necessarily yet. There are 3 extra games. And, of course, the NFC North teams face NFC East and AFC North. NFC East, good division, mediocre division, maybe. AFC North, pretty good. 3 extras for the Bears, the Raiders, the Saints, the 49ers. So not the toughest of the 3. They don't get any warm weather teams to come in after like mid-October. So that's maybe a negative to their schedule. Certainly, we're talking about the guru and Ben Johnson and the new head coach. And Caleb Williams has a number 1 overall draft choice. Caleb Williams is not a bust, all right? This is not Jamarcus Russell coming. I think Caleb Williams will be just fine. And when we look at again, win now moves this past offseason, the Bears could be pretty good. They really could be. The Lions, of course, are still the team to beat. And 2 new coordinators, I get it. But their schedule's tough. 3 extra games, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and the Bucs. And you look at how they start the season, you know, Green Bay, Chicago, Baltimore, Cincy, Kansas City, Tampa, Minnesota, Washington, Philly in the first 10 games. Only easy game they have is Cleveland during that span. So we could see value on Detroit later in the year if they start out, let's say they're 500 at the halfway point. That might be the time to look at the Lions to win the division, or some futures on the Lions then. And Green Bay, there's certainly a surprisingly large sentiment in the betting markets, at least the people that I talk to here in Las Vegas. Look at the Packers and go, yeah, nah. I look at Green Bay and go, yeah. You know, the NFL showcasing this team. They got 4 night games the first 10 weeks. There are 3 extras. Arizona, Carolina, Denver. I like 2 of those 3 teams. Carolina is still going to be Carolina, I believe. But I certainly look at Green Bay as being a team not to overlook in this division. No, not at all. The Vikings are going to go as far as J.J. McCarthy can take them. Last time we saw McCarthy playing, he won a national championship in Michigan. He certainly looked the part this offseason. He looked the part last offseason. They made every move to keep McCarthy and not let Darnold go, which means he'll go through. He'll have I'm confident he'll have a couple of growing pain games. But by the end of the year, he could be pretty darn good. They only have 1 true road game the first 7 weeks. They have 2 games in London. There are 3 extras: Atlanta, the Chargers, and Seattle. Not the toughest trio that you're going to see opposing teams face. So, you know, it's a very tough division. The worst team in this division would be one of the best teams in one of the South divisions, for example. The Bears might be favored to win the AFC South. But here, obviously, they're the 4th choice because that's the division they're in.
All right, let's move along to the NFC South. Again, guys, if you have a question for Teddy, drop it in the chat. We've got some NFC West questions we'll get to here in a minute. But first, we got to talk about the division that is closest to my new home. Teddy, I've been to a lot of Bucks games since I moved to Florida. They are the front runner here, but just minus 115 to win the NFC South. Falcons plus 210, Carolina plus 475, New Orleans 18-1. Teddy, took a longer shot flyer here on the Carolina Panthers. I do like Baker Mayfield in this Bucks defense, but I think that they benefited from a lot of things going their way the past few seasons. The Falcons, I'm not sure what we're going to see from this team. I'm not high on them, but the Panthers seem really interesting to me. I think that they've made some nice offseason moves, and in a division that seems to be fairly wide open, almost 5-1 held some value to me.
Yeah, I'm not getting there with Carolina. In fact, I'd lay the price with Tampa if I had to make one bet in this division. Tampa's the best team. It's really not that close. And you talk about Atlanta. I've got concerns about Atlanta as well. Raheem Morris. I'm not a rip the coach guy, but I'm not a Raheem Morris fan. Michael Penix got, he had 3 starts against teams with weak defenses late in the season, and they've, and obviously the Cousins still on the roster. Cousins won't be. I'm assuming that some quarterback's going to hurt and someone will trade for him fairly early. That's a reasonable assumption. 3 extra games for Atlanta, Minnesota, Washington, Colts, and Berlin. None of those are easy. Earliest bye possible leaves them a long stretch afterwards. That being said, their schedules, I don't know if this is the easiest stretch of any team all year, but it might be close. They got Miami, New England, Indy, Carolina, New Orleans, the Jets, and Seattle over a 7-week span, late October into December. So there's room for Atlanta schedule-wise to make some noise. I just don't know if they're good enough. Plenty of talent on that team. They have not shown any signs to me to putting it together. Carolina, Canales brought everyone back, but you have an embarrassing owner, a team that hasn't made the playoffs in 2018. And they're like Tennessee, and they're coming from complete rebuild. So I can see them being better. I expect them to be better. NFC South teams, by the way, face NFC West and AFC East opponents. The 3 extras for this dismal Carolina squad: Dallas, Green Bay, Jacksonville. They're dogs in all of them. And it's like the league's showcasing this team. They have a week 14 bye. They could be all beat up by then. There's again, it's your money. Do with it what you want. My money's not going on Carolina to win the division. And at the end of the year, if they do, you can mock me. It's fine. I won't be mad. When we talk about the Saints, looks like the worst team in football. There's no sugarcoating what's gone on in New Orleans, a team that, kicked the can salary cap wise for a better part of a decade. And now they're the back end of that, where they're paying all these guys that aren't there anymore. And it's a true rebuild, and you have a new coach, 3 extra games for New Orleans, the Giants, the Bears, the Titans. So at least 2 of the 3 are okay. But it's not it's Tampa's division to lose. The Bucks have been there. They're loaded. Both sides of the ball look good. Offensive line looks good. You have a head coach who, everyone likes ripping Todd Bowles because he's not particularly emotional on the sideline. I don't care. They got 6 games versus division teams all lined at 7.5 wins or lower. But the Jets, the only other team on their schedule, lined lower than 8.5 wins. The 3 extras: Houston, Philly, Detroit, much tougher than anyone else in the division. So that does perhaps give room for somebody else to make some noise. But there's no other playoff team in this division. It's Tampa or pass for me.
I would agree. And it's Tampa's division to lose. Teddy, we're going to move along to the NFC West before we finish up the show here. But if you guys are watching, of course, on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed so you never miss another episode of the Opening Line Report. Teddy and I are going to be here every single Monday, including the Monday after Super Bowl. So I already had to move my post-Super Bowl vacation by 1 day. All jokes aside, we love Teddy. We're going to do some emergency betting alerts. So I got us this really cool thing off Amazon that I think is going to be awesome. Super fun. Apparently, you can just magnet to your car. So maybe next time I get stuck in traffic, I can use that as well. Teddy, what else can they be expecting here on Mondays? We're going to be live 11 Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific every single Monday, getting ready for the week for the NFL slate.
Look, it's not close. This is the best betting show out there on a Monday. I think it's the best betting show out there any day. But for Monday morning, If you're someone like me who wants to get at it early, pay attention early in the week, take advantage of betting numbers that aren't going to be there in a couple hours, this is your show. The show has been growing. This year, I expect it to blow up. We got what, 212,000 followers or subscribers on the YouTube channel, and that's only going up. You guys are talking about it with your friends. I appreciate that very much. If you like the show, tell somebody. But it will get you prepared for the week. And when you go into work on Monday, you'll have more to talk about. You'll have the key points to talk about and impress your friends. So, but more than that, my goal is to make you guys money. My goal is to make me money, and you come along for the ride. So we'll certainly be, for a thorough analysis on Monday morning. What really happened yesterday? What can we really expect to see this week? I'm not a fluff guy. I'm not the pump it up guy. I'm not a hype guy. It's just not how I roll. If you want good analysis, come here every Monday, 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, Teddy's right. I always have my notebook ready, pen and paper, get some of those early tidbits that I can also use throughout the week, something I may have missed. We don't want you guys missing out on a single ounce of the best of the number and, of course, the best of the information. Let's do this last division before we get out of here and send you guys on to WagerTalk today. Jay Buff already asking me about the NFC West way back early in the show, and then he thought I was picking on him by not answering his question. We just hadn't got there yet. So let's talk about the NFC West here, Teddy. And he wants to know how we feel about San Francisco. Purdy has a new contract. He's lost some pieces on offense. Sure, lots of people are high on them. Not so sure thoughts. Also high Kelly in Vegas. So let's get those division odds up so we can break this one down. The Niners plus 155. Rams 2-1. Arizona plus 425. Seahawks 5-1. This was a tightly contested division as well, Teddy. I took a 20-1 flyer on the Niners to win the Super Bowl. Last year, the Niners benefited in a negative way from injuries and turnovers and so forth. But one of the things that does always scare me is when those quarterbacks finally get those big contracts. But I do think the Niners are going to win the NFC West. I do think that the Rams have a question mark as well with the health of Matthew Stafford. Talk to me about the NFC West before we get out of here.
So I talked earlier in the show about how you want to take some of the stuff you see in preseason and take it with a grain of salt, tap the brakes on it a little bit. This is not that. And the two of the teams we talked about, I'm going to go in order like I do for everyone, but there are issues in San Francisco. I don't think there's any team in the league that had a worse preseason than San Francisco. And the Rams are right there with them. So let's talk about it. And we'll start with Arizona, who was a team that showed upside last year. Spent a lot of money on defense this offseason. I do think if I'm going to make one bet in the AFC and the NFC West, it'd probably be Arizona to win the division. Their 3 extra games, Green Bay, Dallas, and Cincy, not easy there, but they surely have a chance to get off to a hot start. New Orleans, Carolina, San Fran, Seattle, Tennessee, and Indy, the first 6 games. And the back half of the season, they were better on the road than at home last year. In the back half of the season, they got a bunch of tough road games. So they can steal a couple of those, Dallas, Seattle, Tampa, Houston, Cincy, the Rams, all tough. But I do think there's upside with Arizona, a team that spent a lot of money on defense this offseason with a defensive mindset. The issues with Stafford are real, all right? If Stafford gets hurt, if Stafford can't go, the Rams are in trouble, and everybody knows that. 3 extra games for the LA Rams: Philly, Baltimore, Detroit, and of course NFC South and AFC South for the NFC West. That makes it relatively easy in that regard. But those 3 extras, again, Philly, Baltimore, Detroit, that's as tough as it gets for a team that it's clear that Stafford's back is an issue. And, that worries me for LA when it comes to futures. If he stays healthy, the team's got all kinds of upside. But the backup quarterback is not going to lead that team to the postseason, in this bettor's opinion. San Fran's schedule is so much easier this year than it was last year. And they were minus 10 turnovers, and they were 2-5 in one-score games. And you have Kyle Shanahan back, and Robert Saleh was like, oh, they got the right defensive coordinator back again. I get it. There's love for San Francisco. But this team was an injury-riddled mess all year last year. And this August, I don't think any team had more injuries than San Francisco to key guys. That worries me a lot, especially when you had to, again, they jettisoned a bunch of veterans and big names. I don't always worry about that when you had to pay Brock Purdy $265 million But as soon as you have to pay your quarterback, that affects your depth. Just ask what happened to Cincinnati when they paid Joe Burrow and everybody else who's a star for the Bengals. 3 extra games for San Fran, easy. The Giants, Chicago, Cleveland, in theory. But if they don't have healthy players, it could be a concern, especially if they have a Week 14 bye. And, Seattle's a team that on paper, they lost a lot. Their 3 extra games, Pittsburgh, Washington, Minnesota, all relatively tough. And they have a tough start. San Fran at Pitt, New Orleans, at Arizona, Tampa, Jacksonville road game, Houston, at Washington, Arizona, and the Rams first 10. They could get off to a rough start. If they get off to a rough start, do we see Jalen Milroe? I don't know. So the Seahawks are not a team that I'm particularly enamored with coming in to the regular season.
All right, guys, that has been the opening line report, breaking down all of those divisions for you guys here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Of course, all of those social media channels, I think, as well as Kick and maybe even Rumble. I'm not even sure. I should probably know this is part of my job, but we're on every single platform available at this point in time, including Spreaker. So if you guys listen to any podcast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, basically every single podcast network, you guys can catch us there as well.
Yeah, I just subscribed. So I download the podcast on Spotify now.
Perfect. I love that for us. We have our own little thumb there, opening line report on, of course, any podcast network that you so choose. Teddy, that's all I've got today. I appreciate everybody hanging out with us. Any final words before we see you next Monday?
Do we have any last questions from the chat, or is that all we got?
Lots of comments. I think this is a really fun chat. We've got lots of people kind of bickering back and forth. They've got their opinions, but I'll give you guys last call here. 4 questions. No more questions in the chat. We're going to get you guys out of here. Get ready for Andy Lang in the, of course, show Wager Talk today. If you guys want to see more Teddy, he's going to be part of Bet On It Extra. He's going to be bringing you that same segment last year, the Stock Watch. Yeah, I don't have a watch on, but you get the idea, guys. Stock Watch, where he's going to bring you a team later on in the week that you need to be buying on or selling on. So be sure to check that out as well. WT.buzz/TC for Teddy covers. If you want to join Teddy for this upcoming NFL season.
trend.
Welcome to the best sports betting show on the today. I am your host, Andy Lang. It is Thursday, breaking down a lot of college football. Dave Mason's going to join us from Bet Online. We're going to tell you where all the sharp money from Bet Online is going. If you want to know what the books know, guys, Dave Mason's here. We got Gianni who's going to do the Steam report, and Nick Parsons is going to give us an individual game breakdown on Syracuse and Tennessee. You don't want to miss that. And we got a really good section of all around the world for some free plays. Let's get started and bring in Gianni while we're doing that. Hit that like button if you're watching live. If you're watching after the fact, still hit the like button. Subscribe to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. There he is after a couple days off the show, but just because you're off the show doesn't mean you're not doing shows, Gianni.
Yeah,
it's like you miss a show to do a show. So how was your last couple days? How was Contender Series?
Wonderful. Turned the profit on Contender. Hit another prop parlay in back-to-back weeks, so that's always good. Up for the season through the 3 shows, so that's always a lot of fun. But I've only released 1 premium play to subscribers over 3 weeks of Contender. You know, for the show, you're forced to give out picks, but there's a difference between a pick and a bet. So far, so good. A week off. This is the perfect week off for UFC because it gives us time to really get ready for college football and next week's NFL. And right now, I've just been so busy with college football. I'm working with more groups than I have in a very, very long time. And so far, so good. Like I said, we came off a really good first week in college football. I like what I'm seeing in this official week 1 of college football. Already fired 5 premium plays tonight, but moved about 10, 11 pieces already. So I could share a lot for you guys, especially added games. We bet about 5 or 6 added games this morning over the last 60 minutes. And I think I released only 2 of those 6 to subscribers. So I'm staying real selective, really focusing on the ones that are getting hit by multiple groups and making sure there's still time for them to get down because these extra board games move very quickly. And that's where, fortunately, like Steam Room comes into play where we could be betting live tomorrow. So a lot of fun over the next couple of days, Andy.
Well, let's get into it. I mean, some of these line moves on these extra games are insanity. You got Bowling Green that went from 14.5 to 21.5. And then you have an even more aggressive move on Monroe. It's like, what was that? Half the other team suspended? What happened there? 8-point move?
We hit that. I'll give them to you right now. Get your pens and pencils out because you're about to get some college football gold for Thursday night. Start off with Duke minus 33.5. Oklahoma State minus 23. Missouri minus 37. UL Monroe minus 28, West Georgia plus 8.5, plus 8, plus 7.5. And then Ohio Rutgers, first quarter over 10, up to minus 125. Also saw those quarter bets because they're betting a lot of these first quarters on game day. And so pay attention to those because that also help you. If you miss the first quarter bet, what I urge bettors to do is look quickly at the first half line. You know what I mean? Or if you like the game, let's say you like that Ohio Rutgers game over and you see that first quarter get confirmed over, that gives you, more confidence in your game over bet. Because again, if they got to go over in the first quarter, that means they got to go over 10 plus points. You get, more than 10 points scored in the first quarter, higher probability you're going to go over first half, higher probability you're going to go over for the game. So pay attention to those derivatives because a lot of times you got a lot of sharp bettors that know they're not going to beat other traders to the side or the total. So instead, they go and attack the first quarter lines, first quarter total lines, first half lines. So pay attention to those. A lot of hidden gold in them.
Let's move to Friday. Looks like the pretty aggressive line on a couple of them, but we went over them on the last couple days, and I think some of them have kind of steadied out. So I'm guessing you're going to say probably most of the value has been extracted from some of those lines. But anything jumping off the board to you?
Yeah, the only thing that the Sam Houston State that got hit earlier at like 13.5, and then they came back and bet it again at like plus 11. That's what you want to see if you got down early. Because again, week one lines, just like week one in the NFL, is very different than every other week. The first week and the second week, I think, are different than the rest of the season until the final week. And what I mean is the second week usually offers a ton of value because we only had 60 minutes of football. And remember, the week one lines have been up all summer. So bettors have been betting into them, talking about the season. They bet week one, and then we have 6 or 7 days to analyze 60 minutes of football. And so many conclusions are drawn off of only 60 minutes of football. And because of that, you get a lot of overreactions going into week two. Like by the end of week one of NFL, we're already going to talk about these teams not making the playoffs. This team's making the playoffs. Like we draw a lot of conclusions because all we have is 60 minutes of data and 6 or 7 days to discuss it and analyze it. And I think that the potential for overcorrections are always there in week two. And like I said, with week one, the key is, has the information changed since the bets got in? Because you again, if you're betting in early and late July, a lot of things can change by the time end of August comes around. So you kind of want to see that follow through and not much resistance. But you are seeing some resistance. Perfect example, because we're talking about Friday, is Western Michigan, where Michigan did catch that steam. They got steamed at 17, 17 and a half, 18, all the way. The last account that I saw took a bet on the favorite was at 19. They jumped 20 and went straight to 21, most books. And that's when you saw the take back. So at 21, you saw some love on the Western Michigan side, but less than 20, you saw love on Michigan. So it shows you, even this early on in the season, that you're going to get some resistance. But then other times you're going to get that confidence where, wait, the line hasn't moved enough, and they're going to just keep burying it. So yeah, it's a great week, man. A lot of action, and we even have some good marquee games for Saturday.
Well, let's move into Saturday. We got a lot of time on today's show. So, it's Thursday, but the sooner we can get out ahead of some of these numbers, and there's a million games. We obviously don't need to go over a bunch of them. There's a line. I don't know. There's a line I'm surprised it hasn't moved. It's my Indiana Hoosiers. They're only minus 23.5 against Old Dominion. I'm stunned that this line hasn't moved. This is a coach that loves to run up the score. This is a coach that made it into the playoffs literally by running up the score and having huge games. They bring in an experienced, good quarterback. They've upgraded offensive line. They've upgraded defense. I'm surprised that line hasn't moved. That's kind of my big surprise, quote, surprise. Were there any surprises that you're seeing on Saturday's games?
And here's why. There's a buy order on ODU, on Old Dominion. This was back in like July. They took out some of the 24s that were available and even some 23.5s. I don't know what the line is exactly right now, but that's why. And it's not that with such a big board on Saturday, it's not that isolated game that's getting a ton of Indiana action. I think if it was a standalone game, that even with some sharp money on the dog, you would see the love for Indiana kind of balance that risk out. But I think because there's just so many more high profile games, because they got some sharp money on back in July on Old Dominion, I think that's why you're seeing the lack of movement on the Indiana side. Game that stuck out to me, obviously, is the prime time game that everyone's talking about. It sucks that it's going out early in the morning. Texas and Ohio State, only because we knew all summer Wise guys were taking the 3. They took the 3 on Texas. They took the 3 out right away on Texas. Went to like 2.5s, and you were seeing that the money line wasn't a reflection of what the point spread was, because bettors that were taking the dog, Texas, once the 3 was gone, they were just betting it on the money line rather than take the 2 or 1.5s, 2.5s, depending on the book. They were just taking the money line. So the money line didn't reflect what the point spread was. And it just kept dropping. I thought you would see some take back, that you would get some Ohio State love. It just hasn't gotten there. I'm interested to see on Saturday if this is a situation where you have the public and the wise guys all on the same side. Texas, again, because of all the hype with Texas, because power rating wise, I just don't see how this is a pick'em. unless you're concluding that Texas should be a favorite on a neutral field, a decent favorite. You know what I mean? So again, it's going to be interesting to see where the money comes in, and it's all one-sided on the under. Again, you have last year's game to go off of, kind of at 14-point swing that added more points than we would have got. And I think that's why you're seeing a lot of money come in on the under as well. Be cautious with that, because even though good defense tend to create turnovers, good defenses tend to create short fields. And when you do that, points become a possibility. So be cautious with totals, especially when they move, off of that 50, 51s. You're looking at 47s now, and they're still just betting it under as if, neither of these teams are going to be able to put up any points.
Can I give you something that's completely not baked into the line on this Ohio State Texas? Gianni, take this for what it's worth. Okay. One of my best friends in the world, he's my next door neighbor, Ohio State alum. He and hundreds of guys, they have incredible reads on this Ohio State team. They are terrified of this game. None of them are betting Ohio State. And They are right. They are right most of the time. They know when this team is a bet on and a bet not, and they are terrified of this game. So you got a lot of Ohio State alumni that are normally going to be flooding the market with Ohio State bets, and I don't think it's coming. That's just kind of my outside take on it. But I
haven't seen them. I'm telling you, I'm looking in the back end this morning, and this is when you would have started seeing them, because they'd be tying in Thursday parlays with Saturday big game like that. And anything I'm seeing is already on the Texas side. Even like teasers, they're putting in teasers and taking Texas up as well. So it's just a lot of money on that Texas side. And week one, again, it was even tough doing bet on it yesterday because also, what do I have? I have preview magazines to share. Everything is just like projections. We don't have any data to go on. Everything is more or less like what we're projecting to happen, and most of it's on analysis that we've all read. We're all reading the same things. We're all analyzing the same, breakdowns of these teams. But then once you get into week one, week two, that's what I love. When you start getting some data, does it actually match up with what we thought, going into the season? That's where it starts to get interesting. But week one, it's like we're all kind of just guessing and reading off what we think. They got this many returning starters. They have a quarterback in. Their offensive line is rebuilt. But you don't know how it's going to perform until they go out there and actually play on the field. So I love that aspect of it. But we all are just guessing in this week one.
Let's do some questions here in the chat. If you guys got any questions, keep them in there. Me and Gianni are going to talk for a bit because Dave Mason is stuck on a flight. So we have no Dave Mason. Gary, hey,
Great
guys.
Question by Gary, please.
Watch the shows all the time. Do y'all ever bet parlays or do you do straight bets? I'll go first, Gianni. I bet parlays all the time, but they're not normally in the main sports. I won't have college football parlays. I definitely will not have. I don't do daily sport parlays like MLB, NBA. I've done a couple same game parlays in WNBA when you got a good read on a team. We hit a couple with the Fever. But I'm parlaying tennis. I'm parlaying MMA. I'm parlaying some of those sports that are a little bit more off the beaten path. Your take on parlays?
If somebody's making money, long-term profit off of parlays, God bless them. Keep firing away. Do your thing. Don't let me change you at all. But having been in sports betting as long as I've been and having been on both sides, the bookmaking side and the betting side, what I can tell you is the majority of profit that bookmakers make come from parlays. The hold on straight bets is 4.5%, which means we already know out of every $100 we bet, they expect to make $4.50 off of us. On parlays, out of every $100 we bet, they expect to make upwards of $25, $30. So 7-8x the amount of money off the parlays. And why is that? It's because, number one, we're not getting true odds. The odds of hitting a 3-team parlay are closer to 7-1, 7.5-1. We're getting paid 6-1. So you're never getting true odds, kind of like a roulette wheel. You're getting 35-1. It's great when you hit a number, but there's 40 numbers on the wheel. Unless you're getting 40-1 or greater, you're not placing good bets. You're getting lucky. Also with parlays, my argument is we know that to be a winning bettor, you need to shop for the best line and you need to lock it in at the most optimum time. In what world am I going to be able to walk into a property and have to place all my bets at the exact same time? and I'm going to get the best number for all my bets at that exact time, at that exact property. It's just not going to happen. Maybe once on occasion that particular property has this, best lines on all 3 of my games at the same time. But usually you're going to have to bet it at different properties to get the best line. That is an argument against parlays being positive EV. With all of that said, having now been in the MMA community for as long as I've had, being with the UFC, I have met specialists that have turned profit with a statistical significant sample size that have a positive ROI betting parlays. So I can't argue what I'm seeing. The results speak for themselves. But I'm just saying the reasoning is it's hard to conclude that putting in all your bets at the same time at the same property is going to give you the optimum lines. So that's a little of the argument anti-parlays. Again, if I'm a bookmaker, I want parlays. I want parlays more than anything else. If I'm a bookmaker, I'm paying influencers to put out same game parlays. I'm putting influencers to put out long shot parlays. I'm not paying influencers to tell you to straight bet because my money is coming from your same game parlays, from your parlays. That's the bookmaker side of it. But there are guys out there like Andy who isolate them in MMA, isolate them here or there, and have been profitable. So why would I tell the guy not to place parlays? Fire away. But he has experience. He knows what he's doing. He's educated enough, and he's very selective, which most recreational bettors and even some serious bettors aren't. And I think that's why he's been able to get a positive ROI.
Yeah, I'll just give you a random example of a parlay we're looking at. Sri Lanka over Zimbabwe in cricket. And we're parlaying that with McLaren double podium finish this weekend at the Dutch Grand Prix. Like, those are very random sports where we have edges in.
And
we're not
in
trying
those
to pick money
markets,
lines in
both
baseball.
may be off too. Like,
yeah, they are. They are
markets.
off. Yeah, they're totally off. So, let's see. We had another couple questions here. Let's see. Parlays. This is an interesting one. Scott, FSU is a 13.5 point favorite underdog, but the money line is only plus 425. How does that happen? I'll let you go first on this.
Again, it's the discrepancy of bets that pile up. We talk about it all the time in the Super Bowl, where 10 minutes before kickoff, the favorite on the money line is almost always going to be positive EV. Because it's a time when people are betting that usually don't bet all year. So let's say a team A in the Super Bowl is a 6-point favorite over team B. And because of that, they're a minus 300. I'm just throwing arbitrary numbers now. They're a minus 300 on the money line. The dog is plus 220 on the take back. So I've never placed a bet, but I'm going to a party. I want to go have a root inside. I go to the window. I only got $10. I want to bet $10, but I like team A. And they tell me, all right, if you bet $10 on team A to win, you're only going to get back, $4, $5, let's say, whatever it is. But if I take team B with the points, I'm only going to get $9. What if I take team B to win the game? All of a sudden, your $10 turns into $22. That sounds a lot more advantageous to most recreational bettors. They want to put up a little money to win a lot. So what they do is they start betting the money line instead of taking the points. When that happens, there's an imbalance of money line bets. That imbalance forces them to adjust the betting line on the money line, even though the point spread hasn't been adjusted. So it's a lot of money line bets that do it. And you see it usually with lower point spreads. You rarely see it with 13.5s, 14s, where they're going to, take the money line dog, but that's usually the reason. FSU did get steam, but I didn't see steam on any money line.
All right. Last question from the chat here. Any tennis looks today? DraftKings has a no sweat promo. No sweat. Really? So now, Johnny, not only do we have to give him a tennis winner, it's got to be no sweat. I'll go first. Take a look at that Royer Brooksby over 38.5 games. Brooksby just came off of a 5-setter. These guys are pretty close. The money line's telling you the game is going to be close. I would expect at least probably one of these sets to go 7-6. I would expect 4, maybe 5 sets, which gives you a ton of games. So I tell you, look at Brooksby Royer over 38.5 games. What do you got?
I can't do, I don't have any tennis that he asked for, but I have soccer for you really quick. Europa Conference League, go under 2.5. Santa Clara versus Shamrock Rovers, under 2.5. Santa Clara Shamrock Rovers. We laid 160 to go under 2.5. Probably go under 2 there as well. And then Raquel versus Arba, also in European Conference League. And we're going under 2.5 there as well. So 2 under 2.5 for you in soccer. It's the best I could do. Don't have tennis.
All right, let's finish up with baseball. We got limited. Oh, I had to tell you this. So when you were gone, the Rockies, the Astros took a ton of money on Tuesday. We talked about it. They opened like minus 350, they moved it up to almost 400. Rockies win. The very next day, Rockies take a ton of movie. Rockies get blown out. You keep saying, like, you got to bet all of these Rockies games. Like, if you're betting on the Rockies, you just got to stick to it and say they're going to win 1 out of 3, and you're going to be profitable. But I kind of chuckled.
It's scary to do, bro. You're running into a burning building while everyone's running out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hard to do.
Yeah. What do we got in Steam for?
Not much in baseball. In fact, just 2 dogs, smaller board, but 2 dogs, they steamed immediately that multiple groups got down on. The rest, there's a lot of manipulation going on. Again, all the attention's on college football right now, and it's about to be on the NFL as well. Baseball is going to take a back seat. So you have a lot less recreational better money entering the pool. A majority is now sharp. Because of that, they are forced to manipulate a lot of these lines. And you do it with overnights and early morning smaller limits. So you could come back later when the limits are much greater and actually get down on what you like with a better number. So pay attention to line moves. Pay attention to odds logic, or at least the WagerTalk free odds screen. Talked to a guy yesterday who did a Connect call with me. That's a subscriber. And he was saying how the odds logic, because I gave him a link to it, he's like, it actually made him some money just being able to get up to the second lines. That stuff does matter. Here's what they're on. Arizona plus 145 and the White Sox plus 180. Those are the 2 dogs that multiple groups got behind today. The rest, like I said, I'm seeing a lot of manipulation going on. I'm not confirming anything till later in the day. But those 2, Arizona and the White Sox, definitely sharp. Again, you're going to be having to bet bad teams down the stretch, and you're going to have to fade the best teams down the stretch if you want to find some value, because everyone knows who needs to win and everyone knows who the bad teams are by now. It's no secret. Colorado sucks. It's no secret. You know what I mean? Like, by now we all know the White Sox are terrible. That's no secret.
Absolutely.
But again, the money line becomes the great equalizer.
All right, Gianni, great segment. What do you have everyone up on this Thursday?
Tomorrow. Oh, no, tomorrow's Friday. Wow. Saturday, 9 Pacific, 12 Eastern. As soon as those games kick off, Steam Room is live and free, open to everyone. We will be betting live college football. You'll be getting those extra games, any player props. We'll have baseball, WNBA, any of the soccer, tennis, all that stuff live coming in throughout the Steam Room. We'll set up for college football and NFL seasons. I'll explain exactly what we're doing throughout the season with the Steam Room on Sundays, with the NFL teasers, all that stuff. So make sure you join me tomorrow. Bring any questions you have, any matchups you want me to break down. I will do that too. It'll be free tomorrow to all Saturday. Forgive me. For today, I have my Thursday night college football package up already with multiple 4% plays. I think I got 5 premiums in there, staying selected. I have Friday action already. I have my Saturday college football with the first 5% big move of the college football season. We're not wasting any time. We had a really good week 0. Let's follow that up now. And NFL is next week. So just the best time of the year, man, for sports bettors. I've done this now for 30, 40 years. And I still, like, the first week of NFL, I still feel like a kid. Like, I wake up like a kid on Christmas every first Sunday of NFL. And I've done it now 30, 40 years, and it's still the same, man. Still love it. So thank you. Thank you for your time. Hope you guys do damage tonight, tomorrow, this weekend, and the entire season, whether you follow or fade. But head on over to WagerTalk.com. Come to the Steam Room, and don't forget, free premium plays. We've been crushing the free plays, so don't forget to check those out as well.
Gianni The Greek, everyone. We're going to get you ready for the weekend tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to keep the show rolling. We're going to bring in Nick Parson. Let's get an individual game breakdown on Syracuse and Tennessee. This is odd because normally Nick's on here giving us winners in CFL with the points, so we're gonna shake it up here a little bit.
do it.
Yeah, Nick, I'm like kind of going through withdrawal. I don't see like a Rough Riders +3 or a Elks +11.5 there. Instead, we're going to go to, let's get a little bit more technical and a little bit more of a specific
it.
breakdown. Syracuse and Tennessee. And then after that, we're going to talk about a couple of contests in the NFL that you've entered, and we're going to get your strategies. But let's talk Syracuse, Tennessee. What do you see in this game?
Well, I think that the offense for the Orange is poised to take a significant step back this year, Andy. They lost Kyle McCord in the offseason, of course. Syracuse also only brings back 37% of its offensive production from last season. And so that's the least among all of the ACC teams. Syracuse brought in former Notre Dame hopeful Steve Angeli to hopefully get the job done under center, but it looks like he's going to have his hands full here in this first game. Tennessee's offense, though, is also about to suffer some growing pains as well. It lost Nico Iamaleava to UCLA. And so the Vols, they also lost their leading rusher from a year ago. They also lost a bunch of their top receivers from a year ago. Tennessee did finish 10-3 last year, and then it lost in the first round of the college football playoff. So, I mean, this offense, it does appear like it's going to need a little bit of time to develop some chemistry. But Tennessee, the reason it did so well last season wasn't necessarily about the offense. It was their defense last year. They only allowed 16.1 points per game. And so that was 7th in the country. Now, the Orange, they weren't nearly as good on the defensive end. They allowed 29.2 points per game. Tennessee, obviously a big favorite here, but I don't see the Vols running up the score in this neutral location. This one is in Atlanta. I always believe that unfamiliarity of surroundings will always have an impact on players, especially at the collegiate level. And so from my point of view, Andy, I just believe there are enough factors that all point to this being a lower scoring final outcome. And so I'm going to roll with the under in this one.
Love it. Love it. Always taking the points, taking the under, kind of the opposite of what the public does. So, all right, you're doing something interesting here. You're entering a couple NFL contests. I want to make sure I read this right. So you're entering the Betting Memo Show. You're entering it as an entry into both Circa and the Super Contest. All right,
Correct.
So moving forward, you're going to be talking about the picks on all these. So, all right, what's the strategy of when you're entering in two different contests, but it's the same type of contest?
Exactly the same. And I need to really clarify if they're using exactly the same lines as well. And so if there's a discrepancy between lines, I have to figure that out here as well. I mean, I only have a short time, but yes, I'm entering the Betting Memo, the actual show, which is the show that I produce for Sportsmemo guys. And so you can check that out 6 days a week here on the WagerTalk TV channel. And so, enter, and then it'll be something that everyone can follow along with me every week, talking about the picks and reviewing the picks from the week before. But yeah, as you say, I really have to. I haven't finalized exactly what I'm going to do. Am I going to use the same picks for both contests, different picks for each contest? I'm getting different opinions from different people before I do that. And so these will be sort of the decisions that we come to on the show next week. And then I will release my official plays. And I'm really excited and looking forward to all of that.
Well, if you use the same picks in both, that's like drafting the quarterback of your favorite team on your fantasy team because they have a great week.
Right.
I mean, the rest of your week is gold. You have a bad week, and now you're just like miserable.
It's all like all in. If you, yes. I'm leading towards that exactly. I mean, unless you have the season of all seasons, and it all comes together. But that's the way I'm leaning is probably taking separate picks for each contest.
Well, and if you're doing great, you give yourself some hedging opportunities towards the end. You can be like, I'll take the opposite side of this one. And then that way I almost guarantee myself something. All right. Well, let us know what you decide to do. My vote. And let us know in the chat. If you're entering two different contests using the same picks, put a comment or leave us in the chat. My vote, if I were doing it, I'm going to be using different ones in the different
Well, we'll talk about it next Thursday, Andy.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll decide. We'll decide what the plan of attack is going to be on that. Nick entering 2 different contests here for it. So, Nick, tell everyone what you got going over at Sports Memo, and understand 9 out of the last 10 months been turning a profit. August, not great, but little regressions, no big deal. Looking forward to a great September. Yeah, you've had a great run. #1 college capper at Sports Memo since 2023. So, tell us a little bit about what you have up in some of the content over at Sports Memo.
I do. I've got a loaded college football card as well. Plays going tonight, Friday, Saturday, and on Sunday. And I do have a Monday CFL pick up as well, guys, for Labor Day up in Canada. But yeah, I am the #1 college football handicapper over at Sports Memo since the start of 2023. I only went 1-2 in week 1. I had Stanford, and I feel as that was a bit of a bad beat. There were some really stupid penalties there by the Cardinal, and then they just blew it there at the end. But anyways, guys, 1-2. But yeah, looking forward to week 0 here. And as Gianni was touching on there, as being primarily a situational handicapper, at the start of the season, as he said, we're just sort of guessing. We're making the best educated guesses we can. But I feel like my systems definitely get stronger as the season wears on, because as a situational capper, I'm definitely using the data from the weekend before or the weekends before.
Nice. And what's going to be some of the schedule of content over at Sports Memo throughout football season?
Well, the Betting Memo show 6 days a week, guys. And so, if you tune in next week, I'll have the segment to do with both contests. Please tune in and we can figure this out together. And hopefully you guys can follow me all season long with these picks as well.
Love it. Nick Parsons over at Sports Memo, and we're going to talk heavy contests strategies next week. So, Nick, good luck this weekend. Can't wait to talk to you next week. Good luck, brother.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, let's go all around the world for some free plays. Before we do that, only bet that I have up right now, I actually have 2 of them. One of them is in cricket. That's in the Caribbean League. It's a 4% best bet. We're 3-1 in the Caribbean League. I know there's not a lot of people that love betting on cricket, but I know there's a lot of people that love making money. We've hit 60% of cricket bets this lifetime. So what to get a 4% best bet that goes off tonight. 4% college football best bet is up for this weekend. I keep it very, very selective and low volume. Over the last 2 seasons, I've released 36 college football plays. I've won 26 of them. That's a 73% win rate. So when we put up a college football best bet, go lock it in. We're also offering a 30-day special using the promo code ANDY30. 50% off 30 days. Does not get better than that. We're up 155 units of profit the last 3 years. We're up 15 units the last 30 days. So short term, we're running pretty good. Long term, we're running even better. Did not have a very good spring, full disclosure, but last month we've really kicked it into high gear and looking forward to getting back in the winning ways, especially with this college football. Love betting these team totals in college football. So 73% winners, can't beat that. All right, let's go to the free plays, and then we are done here. Let's start with the WNBA Sky at the Mercury. I'm going to take the Sky over 75.5 on the team total. Angel Reese, Ronald talks about this. Ski Profit talks about this. When Angel Reese plays, they score. They've gone over in 8 out of the last 9 games that Angel Reese has played in. The Mercury have given up over this total in 5 out of 6 games. Reese and Cardosa are playing. That means I'm taking the over. We're going to take a look at LSU at Clemson. This one comes from the free picks page over at WagerTalk. Clemson -3. Clemson is ranked #1 in returning starting production. LSU has one of the top portal classes, if not the top, but it could take a little bit of time to gel. Brian Kelly struggles against top 10 teams, 2-4, while he's been at LSU, 6-20 lifetime. Not very good in week 1. So we're looking at Clemson -3. Let's take some dog money here. Mississippi State at Southern Miss. Southern Miss +12.5. This is from Ronald Kabang. Southern Miss, big team overall. They get Braylon Braxton, Offensive Player of the Year from the Sun Belt transfer, 1-11 last season. Mississippi State ranked last in SEC rush defense, only 10 sacks, so the defense has been pretty trash. Lost 10 games last season. Their starting quarterback's recovering from a shoulder injury. They get a home game here to start the season. So we're taking a look at the points in Southern Miss. And for your team total today, Braves over 3.5 on their team total. Nola's going for Philly. He's given up 22 runs in the last 17 innings. The Braves have scored 23 runs the last 2 games, both of those on the road. Yeah, this could be a classic regression where they go out and they put up 1. But hot bats and Nola struggling for Philly. I'll take a little roll here with the Braves over 3.5 on their team total. All right, that's going to do it for us. Great show. Sorry Dave Mason got stuck on a flight coming from Panama. Story of his life. Getting stuck on flights in the Caribbean, South America, wherever he is, trying to get back to his cubicle. So we'll do it again tomorrow, guys. We have a huge Friday show. It's Football Friday, guys. Every Friday from here on out till next year is going to be Football Friday. We are very heavy. We got Teddy, we got Marco, we got myself. We got big-time surprises and big-time content to go over. So hit that like button. Leave us a comment in the comment section. Honestly, what's your strategy if you enter two contests? It's the same type of contest, just at 2 different places. Do you use the same picks in both, or do you use different strategies? I vote, I use different strategies in each contest. I don't want the heartbreak of having a terrible week and ruining my entire week. So, all right, that's going to do it for us. Thanks so much for everyone in the live chat. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Have a great Thursday. Good luck on your bets. See you tomorrow. Take care.
Hi, I'm Ross Benjamin of WagerTalk.com. I'm a sports betting veteran of 23 years in this industry. My history goes beyond that, but publicly, 23 years, and you're watching Behind the Bettor segment for yours truly. A lot of people ask me, what's your first memory of sports betting? And my answer to that is, I was around 7 years old. My dad used to bet on sports a lot. And he came home with what a lot of people out there term as parlay cards. We used to call them parlay sheets. And I've been watching football with him since 6 years old, had a unusual interest at that age. And I filled out a 3-teamer for $1 and I won $5. I thought it was going to be easy, but as we know, there's a lot of struggles that come along the way other than that. My other funniest moment I've ever experienced is when it comes to sports betting topic is sitting with my uncle and my father, 11, 12 years old, and these guys used to love betting NFL games over. So we're watching the game. They need a touchdown with less than 2 minutes to go to put the game over. A pass goes into the end zone. The wide receiver gets smacked by the defensive back well before the pass arrives, and my uncle jumps off the couch and throws a handkerchief in the air. My mother came in and says, "What kind of impression are you going to leave with this kid?" And the impression is, Mom, I became a sports betting professional for the last 25 years. So what was your first job in the sports betting industry? I worked for a prominent sports betting expert that I can't mention the name because it's a competitor of WagerTalk, but I worked under his wing. He taught me a lot about the business, the do's and the don'ts, how to treat clients and how not to, the dirty side of the business. He also taught me a lot about the technical handicapping aspect and learning algorithms in the sports betting industry. What's the best gambling moment ever? Or movie ever, I'm sorry. The best gambling movie ever that I enjoyed the most was Casino because it was realistic. And Lefty Rosenthal, who was portrayed in that movie, was a fabulous sports bettor. And that movie really intrigued me, the whole storyline with the mob in Vegas and Lefty Rosenthal's story. So that was my favorite sports betting movie of all time, or gambling movie of all time. What's the best sporting event you ever attended? Well, this is twofold. I attended the Yankees and Phillies World Series game. I believe it was 2008, 2009 in that area. Also, I attended 2 Stanley Cup final games with my beloved Buffalo Sabres and the Dallas Stars. And for those of you who are hockey aficionados, will recall that that's the Brett Hall goal that won the Stanley Cup with his toe in the crease. And at that time, that was a very controversial call. Other than sports betting, what's your favorite way to gamble? I love to play blackjack when I'm in Vegas. I love to play blackjack when I'm in the local casinos in Western New York. If you could only bet one sport for the rest of your life, what would it be? Just the major sports, NFL, college football, college basketball, NBA, Major League Baseball. It's hard for me to pick one. A lot of people ask me, what am I the best at? And my answer usually is, I'm good at everything. Some years in specific sports are better than others. But if you put the proverbial gun to my head, I would say the NFL is my favorite to bet on. What's the biggest mistake you see sports bettors making today? Parlays have become a big thing when I look at gambling forums. Some of the comments I see on my YouTube videos on WagerTalk TV. And folks, I am against parlays 100%. So that's one of the big mistakes. The other major mistake is a lack of discipline when it comes to money management. You need to have a money management plan, know what your sports gambling bankroll is. When I say sports gambling bankroll, I'm not talking about your kids' tuition. I'm not talking about the household bills you're using that money. I'm talking about on the worst case scenario, if you were to lose every dime would the quality of your life change? So bankroll management and staying away from parlays, folks, and stay away from big money line favorites as well. Is there a specific NFL season that comes to mind as the best? If so, when was it? Well, on a personal note, the 1990 NFL season was my favorite because my beloved Buffalo Bills got to the Super Bowl for the first time. And yes, they lost. And yes, they got to the Super Bowl the ensuing 3 years, and they lost each time. But that's my best memory in terms of an NFL season from just a fan perspective. Best advice for sports bettors. Start slow. Listen to as many veteran handicappers as you possibly can. And I'm talking credible handicappers, and we have a plethora of them over at WagerTalk.com. And especially watch the videos on WagerTalk TV. You'll learn little things as you go along to pick up on. And folks, the guys at WagerTalk TV, we've been doing this for a long time. There's a reason why we're on WagerTalk.com, and there's plenty to be learned. And then you could incorporate that into your way that you would like to handicap. College football Saturdays or NFL Sundays? Tough question. College football has been very good to me. Number one in college football at WagerTalk last year. Number two 2 years ago. The last 2 years college football. Number one in units earned. So I like college football in terms of there's so many games on the board on a Saturday. For somebody with the skill set that I have, it's a lot easier to identify sports betting value in those situations. But make no mistake, I love betting on the NFL a lot more than college football, and I've had success. It's just more recent success has come in college football. Do you remember a day that was the most profitable for you in sports betting? If so, what was it? Another funny story, back in the early 90s, I went to a place called Finger Lakes Racetrack in Canandaigua, New York. I'm from Western New York, by the way. And I hit a trifecta on that day, a $2 trifecta for $5,800. Was that my biggest sports day? No, but it was my biggest thrill because I knew nothing about sports betting, or horse race betting, I should say, at that time. And for a $2 investment to make $5,800, I was absolutely elated. Do you remember your first sports bet you ever made? And if so, what was it? I think I alluded to this earlier when it came to my beginnings. And my dad handed me that sports parlay sheet or betting sheet. And I hit a 3-teamer in the NFL. He put $1 on it for me. I won $5. What was your most memorable sports bet? This one's easy. 2008 Super Bowl. The New England Patriots were 18-0. They were a 12.5-point favorite against the New York Giants. I had the Giants, and people were all over me saying there's no way, it's a sucker bet, blah, 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 but bing, bing, bing. Guess what? The New York Giants won the game outright, 17-14. And in my mind, other than Super Bowl when the Jets beat the Colts, biggest upset in Super Bowl history when considering the fact that New England was on the verge of becoming the first team to ever finish 19-0 in an NFL season. Until the next time, Ross Benjamin, WagerTalk.com. You can find me at WagerTalk TV on WT.buzz/RossTV.
You're live.
We are live. That means start firing off those questions right now. Welcome to the Blitz, week 1 of college football. We're talking Texas, Ohio State, LSU, Clemson, Notre Dame, Miami, and whatever else you want to talk about. Games tonight, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, even Monday. I'll tell you what else we've got. Ross Benjamin and Ralph Michaels both were so outstanding on last week's show that they are back in the saddle with me again. Ross, I'm going to throw it to you right away. Like I said, we got some big games tonight. Boise State, South Florida, game of the weekend in the group of 5. That kicks off 5:30 Eastern on ESPN. Once upon a time, Ross, you could have bet South Florida at plus 9.5. Well, guess what? You can't do that anymore. Line is all the way down to 5.5. What do you think of the line move, Ross? And what do you think about the game?
Yeah, for whatever reason, they're catching a lot of money too. You know, I mean, that's it might be a little bit of a sharp move, but I think it's mostly money induced. And I'm not so sure. If you do like South Florida, you certainly have lost the value there. These are two veteran teams, Brian. You know, that last year, offensively, they were pretty good, but South Florida's defense last year left a lot to be desired. Yes, they have a lot of returning starters on defense, but it's a defense that allowed 30 points or more on like 7 different occasions. 35 points or more. They scored on 7 different occasions. And then defensively, they allowed 30 points or more like 6 times last year. So this is a South Florida team that's porous defensively. They should be very good offensively, though. And Boise State, although they had their moments last year, the strength of their team last year was their offense. And I think that's going to be the case again this year when you look at the return of quarterback Maddox Madsen. And they got a real good redshirt freshman running back to keep an eye on, 225 pounds, Sire Gaines. This kid is a star in the future. I know they lost Ashton Gianti, but I think he's not going to replace Gianti right away. Maybe he won't even amount to the quality of back that Gianti was. But he's certainly a good one and somebody to keep an eye on. This is a Boise State team last year offensively. They 450 yards or more on 8 separate occasions, 600 yards or more on 3 of those occasions, and they scored 34 points or more 8 times. I think both teams will be able to move the ball consistently and score. I mean, the total has come down to 61.5. It is a high number, especially for a season opener, but I'm going to take a little bit of a risk here. A very small lean here, guys. 2 experienced offenses, 2 questionable defenses. I'm going to go over the total of 61.5 as a small lean in this contest.
All right. There you have it. A little lean on the total for Boise, South Florida. I'm going to throw this in. As much love as South Florida's getting in the market, guys, I hope you're aware that Alex Golan, becoming a head coach of UCF, the Bulls have just 1 win against a team with a winning record. Boise State, obviously, we're all 0-0 at this point, but Boise State, once again, the presumed favorite to represent the G5 in the college football playoff. Ralph, I know you had a little bit to say on this game earlier this week on WagerTalk today. Is there anything else you'd like to add here, side or total, before we start talking about some other games?
Well, I was a huge fan of Byron Brown 2 years ago. Remember, he had a great season in 2023, got injured after the 3rd or 4th start last year, but he adds a whole nother dynamic to this team. I like Olsh in his 3rd year. I agree with Ross. Don't just because Genti's gone, and I think he was 27 yards short of Barry Sanders' all-time record. Boise has one of the best O-lines in the country, the best in the conference for sure. They're going to be able to run the ball. So it just depends if USF can keep it close. I think they can. There's a couple things you got to remember here. This game is at 5:30. It got moved up for TV. You have a Boise team that's traveling, is going to be wearing their dark blue jerseys, playing in 90% humidity, feels like 114 degrees at 2:30 local time on a Friday. I think that gives USF at least a point edge. I do like USF plus the points here. And by the way, you know I had to go to the database.
Absolutely.
Since 2014, in game 1, if an FBS team is playing an FBS team and one is a home dog, they've gone 58-36, 61% against the spread. So not earth-shattering, but again, FBS home dogs in the last 10 years, over 60% game number one.
Yeah, we have some other home dogs. Now, keep in mind, this game is in Tampa. It's technically at Raymond James. It's not technically at Raymond James Stadium. It is at Raymond James Stadium, as a matter of fact. So just make a note of that. But there's some other home dogs on the docket for tonight. If you guys have any questions on those, please ask away in the comment section below. We will be happy to answer any of your questions. Friday, though, again, what a weekend this is of games. Ross, as we've got games Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, big national TV games. And the big one on Friday, I think everyone wants to know about, is Auburn and Baylor. It's another game where money has definitely spoken and come in on one side. Auburn favored in Waco. I know that you are shaking your head almost in disgust, dare I say, at that line move. So please, sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just think the SEC and the brand name of Auburn is getting way too much respect here. I very seldom disagree with the odds makers who set the lines. But, you know, if you're going to catch the odds makers in a soft spot, it's early on in college football, because right now it's all about projection and perception when setting lines. And look, this is a Baylor team. Last year they started 2-4. One of their losses was that Hail Mary loss against Colorado. Then they rebounded to go 6-0 straight up in ATS in their last 6 games. They have a veteran quarterback, last 6 regular season games, that is, until they lost to LSU 42-31. Now people will say, you're contradicting yourself, Ross. That's an SEC team. But let's not mistake. Auburn is not LSU this year, and they're not LSU last year. So I just think Baylor's an explosive offensive team, scored 28 points or more in all 6 home games last year. Veteran quarterback who's going to be one of the best in the Big 12. And you're looking at an Auburn team that was 1-3 straight up in ATS and true road games last year. Baylor 5-1 at home last year. Their only loss coming to BYU, a very good BYU team, 34-28. Give me the Baylor Bears here, Brian. Plus that small number.
All right. I like it. Yeah. And, you know, I talk to people with their ear to the ground. The things that we're hearing about quarterback Jackson Arnold for Auburn, they're not good, quite frankly. There's teams that he's maybe not grasping the offense as much as they would like. They're Ralph. You heard it. Ross disagrees with Auburn being favored, thinks there might be a little SEC bias going on here in week 1. Do you have any thoughts here?
I agree with Ross. I mean, let's look at Auburn the last 5 years. 6 wins, 6 wins, 5 wins, 6 wins, and 5 wins. Last 2 years under Freeze, 11 wins. I will say this, though. They did show improvement statistically. They were minus 6 yards per game in 2023. They did get the plus 98 yards per game. That is more like a 7 or 8 win team. The issue was minus 9 turnovers. Now, is Jackson Arnold an upgrade over Peyton Thornton? I don't think so. I agree with you. I think we have the better quarterback in Sawyer Robinson. Auburn is missing 10 of their top 15 tacklers. They're very weak in quarterback, running back, and linebacker. I will take Baylor in this situation at home, getting the points. Agree with Mr. Ross Benjamin, the boss.
Brian, if I could add, I'm not a big Hugh Freeze guy either. You know, you look at his first 2 years at Auburn, less than inspiring, right? And I just think the guy is an excellent recruiter. But when it comes to a game day manager and X and O guy, he leaves a lot to be desired. And so I'm not a big Hugh Freeze guy. I'm not a big Dave Aranda fan either, but the lesser of two evils, I like the coaching edge in this game as well.
Yeah, I'm doing this because I think Hugh Freeze's seat is getting a little bit hot down there at Auburn. So we got some questions coming in here, guys, in the chat. Like, see, I see your good friend Jesse Shules in the chat, by the way. I think. But Jay Buff, my buddy Jay Buff Jeffrey, I see you there in the chat. Asking me to head to the Akron, Wyoming game. I do requests, but no, I am not making the drive down I-77 to go watch an Akron, Wyoming game tonight. There are too many good games on television. I have too much studying to do in week one. I wish that my in-person understreak, I wish I could bring those powers to you, buff, but no. And by the way, Akron. I am a proud MAC graduate, guys, Ralph and Ross of Ohio University. No one goes to the MAC for an education. I can tell you that. That being said, they're all drinking school. That being said, Akron, what are you doing? You're ineligible. Not that you were going to get to a bowl. You're ineligible for the postseason because your team's grades are so bad. What are you doing, gang? What in the name of Brian Leonard is going on down in Akron? Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah, what's the world coming to when Akron is catching most of the money in a game in their season opener, and Wyoming's a road favorite against a Power 4 team in their season opener? Something, the under might be a way to go, I guess.
Yeah, that's a no thanks for me. Ralph, you talked about the home dogs in week 1, but I'm kind of with Ralph. That is not a game that I am looking to bet because Akron, I question what the motivation is coming to the season with the bowl ineligibility. And then, like Ross mentioned, Wyoming was atrocious last year. This has got to be one of the worst 4-point road favorites in week 1 we've seen in recent memory.
You guys are talking about Akron like they're a piece of crap. This is the longest winning streak the Akron Zips have had since 2018. They won the last 2 games of last year. That's a 2-game winning streak. So, hey, again, 2018 was the last time Akron won back-to-back games. No wonder they're jumping in the streets.
And I know if we have any Akron fans, I will shower you with this. At least you're not Kent State this year. I'll tell you what, you're better than your rival. I think you'll keep the wagon wheel will stay there. We've got some FCS questions here. ULM has been, that's been steamed all the way up to 30-31. I had a feeling that might happen. I don't know. Bet St. Francis. I don't know if you guys have any take on this. Mine would be bet St. Francis at your own discretion. I would not bet St. Francis in that matchup. ULM under Vincent. It's one of those situations, guys. There's maybe some other instances of this tonight, even at the FBS level. Coaches who need to make a statement in the first game. They're not going to be many wins on the season. ULM, that's a game that they got to make a statement. I know it's not exactly the strongest support they get in the crowd, but they need to win that game big.
Speaking of an FCS versus FBS game, what caught my eye right off the bat is Iowa State just is a 14.5-point home favorite against South Dakota. And you look at this, if you're ever going to have the audacity to bet an FCS team in this situation, South Dakota, a team that one of the best in the FCS, currently ranked number 4 in the preseason poll. And Iowa State coming off a big win over Kansas State, had played in Dublin, Ireland last week, and up next, Brian and Ralph, they're hated rivals in the Iowa Hawkeyes. So if you're ever going to take, I'm not saying I'm going to, but that certainly seems like an awful inviting spot.
Ralph? Brian, I did a TNA video for Bet On It today, and how many times have our viewers read, this team has an advantage because they have a game under their belt? So people think all of a sudden, if you played a game, you are better off in the second game. But I have this data, and I did post it on my Twitter, @CalSportsLV. When an FBS team is playing game 1 against a team playing their second game of the year, the team playing a season opener, 37-29, 56% since 2016. So just the opposite of what you could expect. And the answer might be as simple as this. Iowa State spent all August prepping for Kansas State. If they had some free time, they probably likely look to prep at Iowa, coming back for a short week and then another week. So while you think, oh my God, they have experience, they got their playbook, this other team has prepped for this opponent the entire August. So a game under belt, rest versus rust in college football, game number 1, it surprises a lot of people that those guys playing a season opener have a sizable advantage at 56.1% since 2016.
Yeah, good stuff there. We've already got a comment in the chat there that somebody's got Iowa circled for next week. A little look ahead. I know that Iowa, they've certainly got that one circled in Iowa City there against their in-state rival. Here's a question on another game for tonight. There's a lot of trendy underdogs, I think, on Thursday, guys. As I look at the odds screen, a lot of people looking to take the points here on Thursday. Buffalo is one of those teams. They're taking on Minnesota. So obviously, look, I just talked about the MAC. I'm from the MAC. You guys all know, everybody knows there's a big gap between the Big Ten and the MAC. We all understand this. But in this instance, it's one of the better teams from the MAC, Buffalo, against middle of the road Big Ten team at best in Minnesota. I don't know. PJ Fleck and his Jim Tressel Jr. approach have never really, row the boat. I don't know. That kind of wears a little thin with me. Ross, do we think Buffalo's live in this spot? A lot of people do.
Yeah, PJ Fleck, he just rubs me the wrong way. I'm glad you said that, Brian. And it was you instead of me that brought that topic up. Anyway, Buffalo, last year they won 9 games. Again, they played in the MAC. They won a bowl game. This is going to be one of the better defensive teams in the MAC this year. They're one of the favorites in the MAC this year. Catching 17 or 18, I believe, Brian, right now. I mean, again, I would not – there's a lot better games on the board this coming 5 days than this one. But having said that, if you put the proverbial gun to my head, I would have a small lean taking the points on Buffalo and also going under the total in this contest. I think we could see a low-scoring game here. So, Ralph, do you have anything in the database?
Correlated.
I don't, but you look at with a total this low, I clearly do like the under. And just FYI, game 1 in college football, they are 55% to the under. So not a wow number again, but just so you guys know the data. So it's, we're just sharing with that. This is a game where too many new pieces for both. I'm going to be very conservative week number 1. I like doing a lot of reading before and after to catch up. So again, I'll give you my opinions, but my card, besides the 5% I have for tomorrow, I might only have 2 or 3 plays this entire weekend in college football because the transfer portal, how things have changed, and we're here to make educated decisions. But if you have a team with that many new starters and bringing in that type of transfer portal, there's not a person in the world that can make that educated decision how good or how much that team can improve or will fall back.
I will share one data point on this game here. Minnesota was a great team to bet on last year. I think they finished 9-3-1 against the number. However, they did not close north of 17 against any FBS opponent. They were minus 17 against Nevada, who was terrible last year. And the only game that they closed higher than that was against an FCS opponent. We got a lot of FCS questions rolling in here. We're going to get to those in just a little bit, but guys, there's a very big game taking place on Saturday. I'm going to make an executive decision and get to that one first. Perhaps you have heard at noon Eastern on Saturday in Columbus, Ohio, the Buckeyes will be hosting Texas, a rematch of last year's national semifinal. Ross, there will be a lot of eyes on this one, obviously, and there are a lot of question marks. To Ralph's point, very well taken, about being cautious here in the first game of the year because there's so many unknowns. Look, everyone just presumes Arch Manning is going to come in and be, the second coming. This is a hard spot to play. And then the Ohio State quarterback situation is even more of a question mark. There's question marks along both lines here, the offensive and defensive lines for Ohio State and Texas. Talk to me about how you're looking at this very, very big game.
Again, I think there's more value on the board than this game. There's too many unknowns and uncertainties heading into this matchup. 2 highly touted teams. Texas consensus number 1 in just about every poll and opinion that you hear these days. I agree with you on Arch Manning. He hasn't proven a thing yet, and we'll see. I'm going to take Ralph's approach here. It's a wait and see. This is too tough a call for me, and I'm not too proud to say that. And it's not going to get any of my money, I can tell you that. But if I did have any kind of lean here, I would say based on just what you said, Brian, I think I would have a lean toward the under in this contest. 2 highly hyped teams and 2 a lot of unknown on the offense, especially on Ohio State's side. So we'll see.
I'm really interested to see how the line moves, guys, on game day. That's going to be pretty telling to me. Ralph, I know you know Ohio State pretty well. Is there any thoughts you have here on obviously Texas, the big? Is there anything that the database says about revenge? This is a very unique situation that we have here, where the teams just finished the season again, or Texas's season ended against Ohio State, and now they're opening the next season against them.
Can you call it revenge if the favorite won? Not really. Yes, it's playoff revenge, but I'm going to put you 2 on the spot. I don't mean to do this, but this is sort of a wild number and it needs to be discussed. Since 2000, so we're talking 25 years, How many top 5 regular season non-conference matchups have there been since 2000?
Top 5 regular season non-conference since 2000.
Yep.
2.
How many? Wait, repeat that again, Ralph. I'm sorry.
Regular season non-conference AP top 5s.
Oh, top 5. Okay. I'm going to say, I'm not going to say 2, but I would say closer to 10, between 5 and 10.
You guys are close. There's been 6 since 2000. That's it. Ohio State, Notre Dame in 2022. Ohio State, Oklahoma in 2017. Florida State, Notre Dame back in 2014. By the way, the home team is 1-5 against the spread, and those games are 0-5-1 over under. Makes sense, right? 2 good teams. If you have a top 5 team, you likely have a big defense. You're playing in a playoff type atmosphere. I do like the under in this one. You got to remember that, no matter how good Arch Manning is, the offensive line returns 1 starter. It's a good one in DJ Campbell, who has 30 career starts. The Ohio State offensive line, much better position for Julian Salon. Problem is Ohio State's defense, the D-line, is the weakest part of that unit. But to me, I do like under. I would lean under first half here as these 2 young quarterbacks try to get situated with a rush attack that they're going to try to establish. Under first half for me. As far as the game goes, to me, it's a toss-up. I'll enjoy watching it. I'm going to root for the Buckeyes. But if you force me to give a best bet, first half under the total on Saturday at noon.
Each week here, I'm going to want to give, I think we all will want to give big picture analysis as well, not just the game, but things to look for down the road in the season. With Ohio State, I'm going to say this right now. I think even the most ardent fan in Columbus has to agree, massive downgrade at the 2 coordinators this year. You go from Chip Kelly and Jim Knowles to Brian Hartline and Matt Patricia. Yeah, I think it's the defensive side of the ball too that's to watch. I think going from Knowles to Patricia is a big time downgrade in the coordinator spot there. So we shall see how that affects the team. Those FCS questions that we had, I don't want to forget about them. I like San Diego State. I think Stony Brook absolutely stinks. So if you're looking to play San Diego State, I will sign off on that. And then we have a question: Bama State plus 21. They're playing you. Look, I'm never going to bet UAB with Trent Dilfer as the head coach ever. I've had some good bets going against the UAB, but what a terrible hire! I can't believe he's stealing a paycheck there still. I don't know if there's any thoughts on the FCS guys. If not, we can move on to
Stony Brook is a top 20 team this year in the FCS preseason poll. Watch out, baby.
I don't know. San Diego State is another one that, again, they need to show something. The bottom half of the Mountain West last year was abhorrent. So I think there's a lot of those teams that need to show something. So there you go. Hopefully with your FCS questions, the chat also, they seem to concur with that under 47. I would co-sign that as well on Ohio State and Texas. All right, some other big games here on Saturday. How about Alabama and Florida State? Guys, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Florida State's going to be better than they were last year. I know that that's a really hard thing. My God, did the bottom drop out in Tallahassee? And it dropped out all the way, and it's starting in week 0. Ralph, I'm going to go to you because I know, Ross, I believe you're going to be doing a video elsewhere here.
Yeah,
on the
but
I'll
give you some input, but go ahead, Ralph.
Sure. Yeah, I'll kick it to Ralph first. By the way, guys, we talk about some of these other videos we do. Ralph does Nerfy videos, obviously, every day in baseball. I do the Power 5. Ross, you can see his insight every day here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. A good time for me to remind you to click that bell down below, that subscribe button. That way you're instantly notified when all of these fine shows drop. But Ralph, Bama and Florida State. Florida State, yes, I kid. They're obviously going to be better than they were a year ago. But are they going to be able to stay within 2 touchdowns, the Crimson Tide, at home?
Well, if you read the GoldSheet, which was free, which was only $5 this week, did you know Bama has won 26 straight season openers, and they're 17-2 against the spread in week number 1. I like Alabama. I bet Alabama to win the national championship. I think Alabama's O-line is one of the best in the SEC. You got an All-American at center in Bradford. You got Proctor. You've got other returning starters. Ty Simpson, yes, you don't know what you have at quarterback. Florida State, new quarterback with Castellanos, 20 starts at BC the last 2 years. But I really think their O-line is going to struggle. Now, Florida State is a team that returns very few returning starters. But let me give you an example of their O-line of what they brought in this year. They have Medley, who's going to be one starter who has 17 career starts. He's the only returning starter back. But the experience is this. Pettibone, 22 starts at Wake Forest. We have Leonard, 14 starts at Florida, 2 years, 3 starts here last year, 20 starts at Ole Miss for Pettis, and Hansen, 35 starts, 3 years at Indy. So you have a very experienced group. If they were playing anyone else in week 1 except this Bama team with a D-line that's very strong, I would give an edge to Florida State. In this instance, with this coaching staff, coming off the season they did, no team, I mean, you would think Bama went 2-10, as hungry as they are, versus being a 4-loss team, which is as rare, down in that area of the woods, seeing 4 losses on a season win total. To me, Bama still has a shot to be one of my client releases. I've got to do some more reading on the game, but no question for me, it's the Tide.
I like that look, Ralph, on Bama to win the national championship. Yes, let's not sleep on Kalen DeBoer is a very good coach. I know he's following the legendary Nick Saban. That's that's a tough gig. I would have signed up for it, Ross. But hey, Kalen DeBoer, I think he can get it done. You said we talked about you're going to be doing a video breakdown of this game. Ross, elsewhere here.
It just went up on WagerTalk TV. So you could get that right now, folks. WT.buzz/Ross TV to get right to that video. But just a couple notes. I mean, I couldn't agree with everything that Ralph said. You're talking about an FC Florida State program that's bringing in a lot of transfers. Those 4 offensive linemen that Ralph referred to, a combined 105 starts at the FBS level. That's certainly going to be an improvement, right? But by the same token, you're playing Alabama in a defense that returns 13 returning defenders from last year that played 200 or more snaps each. So not only are they a great defense, not only are they great in season openers, like Ralph just said, in their last 9 season openers, 6 of which came against Power 4 conference teams, they've allowed an average of 6.9 points per game. So, again, for a more detailed analysis on this game, without taking too much more time, back to you, Brian.
All right. We've got a ton, by the way, of great game previews, standalone game previews you can check out on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Make sure to do that now. And by the way, of course, you can do that after you're done watching the Blitz here. Please don't forget to smash that like button. We always appreciate your support here on the Blitz, and keep those comments coming like this one. Adam, we're going to go back to Thursday, guys. We were talking Saturday a little bit here, but of course there are games tonight. Cincinnati and Nebraska. It's been stuck at 6.5 for a while now. Any expectation on the line move here, guys? You talk about coaches I don't like. I don't know. We'll mention them all. Scott Satterfield is not on my Christmas card list, personally. I don't think he's done a very good job there. But it's also put up or shut up time for Matt Rule in Lincoln. They need to start winning, and they need to start winning close games. It's almost statistically impossible how poor this program has been in close games.
Yeah, first off, this game's at Arrowhead Stadium in Kansas City. It's a neutral site game. So, Nebraska, high expectations this year. Cincinnati coming off an off year last year. I agree with you. I'm not a big Satterfield guy. I think they pulled the trigger too quick on him. It's not like he had a ton of success at Louisville, although he had some. And he certainly, to me, he had more success when he was at Appalachian State, correct, Ralph? If I'm not mistaken, Satterfield initially.
Yes.
So, and I just think there's not enough value here either way. Too much uncertainty. You just mentioned, Brian, Nebraska has to start winning some close games. Well, with that being in mind, how willing are you to lay 6.5 in a neutral site game in a season opener against a team that you're probably better than on paper, obviously, when you look at the line in a neutral site game? But I just don't have a lot of faith in Nebraska covering a number right off the bat. This is another one of those games like Ralph was just mentioning. Watch it, learn, move on, and have a better assessment going forward.
Yeah, it's a pass for me. Ralph, anything that you would like to share here on Nebraska, Cincinnati? Again, Arrowhead Stadium. It is a neutral site game.
I did not buy the hype into Nebraska 2 years ago. I did not buy the hype into Nebraska last year, but I'll tell you what, I started sipping the Nebraska brew a little bit this year. We'll see. Obviously, live or die with a quarterback Raiola, who everyone keeps thinking is going to be a superstar, and we'll see. I do like the coordinator upgrades and the QB coaches they brought in to help the kids. So I would lean Nebraska, but again, I'm not going to bet money on, like you said, a team that only outgained their foes by 5 yards per game last year. And let's see, games decided by 7 or less that you said, Brian. They lost to Illinois. They lost to Ohio State. They lost to UCLA. They lost to USC by 8. They lost to Iowa by 3. Oh, they did win the bowl game by 5. But maybe they learned their lesson in the bowl game, and that's going to transfer forward to this year.
Yeah, it is just an unspeakable. Again, I'll check it in just a second, guys, what the exact record is, but it is unspeakably bad. Nebraska's record in close games, going back to the Scott Frost era. We talked about Ohio State earlier. They are, of course, playing Texas at noon Eastern on Saturday. Ohio State's rival Michigan, a little bit of an easier one, guys, hosting New Mexico in the Big House Saturday night. Do we think Michigan can cover a 41.5 team total? Here's the deal, guys. I don't know if New Mexico is going to score a point in this game. I'm interested to see the 5-star recruit Bryce Underwood at quarterback, but I looked at my power ratings, and the spread here of 34.5 last night that I saw, that looked low. And Ralph, I don't know if you have anything in the database, but these big favorites in week 1, these really big favorites, I'm talking 30 plus, I think they tend to do pretty well, actually. I mean, people look at, they're like, oh my God, I don't want to lay that number. But in this instance, I mean, Michigan against New Mexico, this is about as big a mismatch as it gets.
Brian, on that video I did today, let me share with you that I'm trying to find it. This doesn't quite apply to Michigan, but in game 1, if you're playing an FBS foe, they do much better versus FCS, those big favorites. Why? Because they're concentrating on people they know they're going to play. It's more important. They're not playing an FCS team. Since 2013, favorites in game 1 of 37 or more are 19-2 against the spread. That applies to Georgia and Penn State this week. And the only 2 teams that failed to cover, Tennessee played Bowling Green in 2021. They were laying 37. They won by 32, so they failed to cover by 5. And Ohio State played Akron a few years ago. They were laying 48.5. They won by 46. So there's times, Brian, when you said the statement, and let's remember, guys, this isn't the days when Ross and I were young that we could bet, that you had to bet a side, and if it
You
was
notice how he left you out, Brian?
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Brian McCann compared to us. Remember the days where you could bet the side and you could only bet the total if it was on national TV, right? You had to call in your bookie and, oh, yeah, cool, I got a total. Well, with what we have now, take a look at, Brian, you said what you think Michigan's going to score, what you think New Mexico's going to score. Perhaps betting against New Mexico team total first half or team total full game gives you more value with having the same thought breaking down a game. So when we break down a game now, it could take 6 or 7 paths on which way we find the most value with that line and with that total. First quarter, first half, player props, team totals. All of that is open to all of us now. So I think that's why we've all become better college football bettors. As I speak to the number 1 and number 5, 3 top 5 WagerTalk college football handicappers from last season.
All right. Yes, that is exactly. So, all right, Michigan. Ross, is there anything you wanted to add on this Michigan New Mexico situation?
I do want to add something, and I'm going to give Ralph a challenge here, Brian. Since he called me old, and since we're both old, so 2 veterans. I looked this up. I'm going to challenge Ralph on his spare time. I did a study like about 5 years ago. And whenever you get a game like this, where you have a team where their point spread is 33% or better of what the game total is, you play the favorite and over and the underdog and under, 2 separate sports books. And if you do that, okay, that you're going to get your rate of or your return on investment is going to be very good. It was somewhere around 9% when I checked this. And I did a study over like 10 years. And that goes back to, again, I know this is a little off the cuff, Brian, but I just, because Ralph loves this kind of stuff, I like to get Ralph excited,
Yeah, well, I'm going back. I looked in the database if I had something saved, Ross. I don't have anything like that saved, but I pulled up a trend that I had saved. When there's a line of 30 or more with a total of 48 or less, like your ULM game, Brian, that you were talking earlier, the over is 75 and 33, 69.4% to the over. So, when you have a team that is that much better than another opponent with a low total, it has been an overplay. But sorry, Ross, you did catch me off guard on that one. My apologies.
Yeah, well, having said that, on a serious note, the gentleman who just wrote in, Brian, wanted to know how we feel about Michigan going over their team total 41 and a half. And Ralph, you just hit upon that. That's a sure clad backing for going over 41 and a half, which you just said.
Yeah, one would think if Michigan's to cover the spread, they're going to go over that. Again, though, I think New Mexico may not score in this game. That is the only thing you would have to be careful about. If Michigan maybe they do have a big game on deck against Oklahoma. So there is a chance if they're up big, like we all presume they will, that they could call off the Dogs. Ralph.
I want to bring up one thing, not related to a game we're doing, but I remember talking to a lot of people, and I proved them wrong every time. Like, they would be, I don't want to lay 4 touchdowns with Wisconsin. They're a running team. But remember this, guys, early in the year, when you're playing nobodies, you are going to bring in your number 2s, maybe your number 3s to get some experience with a big lead. It is much easier for a team that always runs the ball, that has a second and third string team that plays the exact same offense. They practice every day together. So when Wisconsin has a big lead and in the third quarter, fourth quarter, they're running ball, that's a big edge for them versus a team that's bringing in a second or third string quarterback that hasn't played with this offensive line, that's trying to not play their normal pace or play their normal playbook. So don't always think that an air raid offense is the right way to lay points late. I actually like those running teams that do score some points and it can pull away in the second half.
Just one other quick point, Brian, if I could.
Sure.
You mentioned a look ahead. I'm a big look ahead guy, right? But I will tell you this. I am not a proponent of look ahead spots and season openers because if you're not ready to play in your season opener, there's something wrong. It's not a good sign for the season. And I'm not talking about losing your season opener, saying, well, they were looking ahead to week 2. You don't look beyond your season opener. You prepared for this all year long. So although I do agree with you, look aheads are a crucial part of sports handicapping, especially when it comes to college football.
Yeah, one more thing on Michigan. I'll throw this in. After all these sanctions and the talk about the program, they might have a little chip on their shoulder and they might want to embarrass somebody on national television Saturday night. I believe that game is on NBC. We will be talking about Notre Dame, Miami coming up in just a little bit. But from Michigan, New Mexico, we're going to go to a game that's going to be a little bit more competitive, I think, on Saturday. LSU and Clemson. LSU, obviously, everybody knows that Brian Kelly has not done well in season openers. 0-3, I believe that's straight up. And I believe he was favored in all 3. He does. It's even worse. 0-5.
6 straight.
0-5.
6 straight. Going back to 2019. At Notre Dame, his first game was Louisville, and he lost that as well. So
okay, yeah, I was just talking LSU. Yeah, he did that bad.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into another episode of Profit. We always start this show by being transparent. And yesterday we had a winning day, or at least I had a winning day. I bet the under in the Aces game, and 1-0 day for myself. So happy with that. Vino, good to be back with you. Hopefully you got to the window. Hopefully you stood up straight. And how did you do for the rest of the day?
Well, I kind